Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being probably the best audience I've had to corral after a breakfast. You were on time. I love Brussels for this. Before we get into a welcome, I want to quickly go through a few housekeeping points ahead of Her Majesty the Queen's arrival. If I could request everyone to keep their phones on silent or on airplane mode, whatever your preference is. Through the morning session, if you need to leave the room for any reason, please use the back door. Do not use the front unless you are a fan of being a star and exiting and entering in front of everyone. But there are doors at the back for you to use during the entire day if you have to take calls or you need to visit the privy. But the main part of this morning's housekeeping note is that once Her Majesty enters, if I can request everyone to either avoid taking videos as she's walking in or pictures as she's walking in, or if you're going to do that, do so very discreetly and with no flashes, if that's at all possible. That's just a request on behalf of the palace. The second bit is, of course, that when she enters, could everyone please stand? And if you can stay and remain in the room for the entire morning session, and then also stand as Her Majesty leaves ahead of us before we head to our coffee break. She will, of course, be exiting. So just as a courtesy, if we can stand when she enters and stand as she exits, that would be wonderful. Those are just a few bits and bobs of housekeeping, but in the meantime, let me also please welcome you all on behalf of our host, the European Commissioner for Economy, Paolo Gentiloni, and the Belgian Federal Minister for Climate, Environment, Sustainable Development, and the Green Deal, Zakia Khattabi. We're so very happy that you could make it here this morning. On track to 2030, delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals in the EU. It's a very tough question that we all need answers to, not just here in Europe, but across the world. And it's a challenge that I think we can all agree has been made even more difficult as we have faced so many crises in the last couple of years. And those crises really lay bare the targets we have to achieve and the kind of focus we really need to give to our work, individually in our organizations, to our policies, and the kind of partnerships. That goal number 17, that is so very much echoed in every room that I'm privileged to be part of, that everyone is talking about partnerships. How do we make those partnerships a reality, and how do we keep those conversations going? Now, that's my job, because that's what I love to do. My name is Maitri Sitaraman. I'm going to be your host and moderator for the day. I run a small but very global editorial content company which specializes in storytelling and also in focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals and impact. Most importantly for us, impact, and connecting policymakers with business leaders, with academics, all so that we can talk to citizens in a very honest fashion. So for me, this session or this conference has been a delightful one to be invited to moderate and host. So thank you for having me. I hope you will be patient with me as we wait for the Queen and, of course, our host to enter. In the meantime, I want to ask folks here, how have the last 5 years been for you? So if you think your work towards the SDG goals have been pretty good, raise your hands. Okay. Have you been satisfied with all you have achieved? Raise your hands if that's a yes. Are you satisfied with the way policy has worked out of Brussels towards the SDGs? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is going to be an interesting day indeed, because I think the kind of conversations we're going to have up here are kind of structured so to make sure that we involve you. So because a lot of you are feeling the same pain as me or pretty much everyone on this planet, I would strongly encourage you to take the sessions very literally. So we're going to start with, in each of the panel sessions, we're going to start with a talk to really set fire to our minds. We're going to have the panel discussion, which is going to be 40 minutes, very quick, to the point. And the last 20 minutes, we want to make sure that we're having a discussion between us. So ensure that you're part of that Q&A. Tell us your experiences. Make it short and snappy, because long-winded questions, I will cut you off. I am quite rude that way. But if you are if you have a strong opinion, please make sure that you're part of that Q&A. Raise your hands. We will have mic handlers across the board for you to participate with us. And also raise the points that you want to make as well, and your experiences, because your experiences are valuable, because everyone in this room brings a very different perspective. So I hope you will be part of the day. As we wait for the Queen, who is about to arrive, could I please ask everyone to rise? Ah, she's shaking hands and being welcomed. We look at this as our morning yoga stretch. Our Apple Watches are very happy with us for standing upright, but you will get to sit down and then I'll make you stand up again. We will make sure that Apple and all our health apps are very, very happy with us. A little patience, because when leaders walk in, they take a little bit of time. She doesn't know we're already standing. Should we tell her? Somebody's told her we're all standing. If you want, we can do a little exercise. Does everybody want to sit? And then we get up again. Could do a little dance. They've definitely preempted her entry. Ah. I apologize, but Apple and our health apps are still very happy with us. It is my honor and privilege to welcome our guests, Her Majesty Queen Mathilde of the Belgians, Paolo Gentiloni, European Commissioner for Economy, and Zakia Khattabi, Belgian Federal Minister of Climate, Environment, Sustainable Development, and the Green Deal. Thank you very much for joining us. Could everyone take a seat? Thank you. Your Majesty, if I may borrow a quote of yours to set the stage for everyone here in this room, as you, a very visible and vocal champion of the SDGs, put it so succinctly in one of your many, many speeches towards this topic. Agenda 2030 requires citizens, civil society, academia, scientists, philanthropic organizations, and the private sector to work together to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Ownership and participation are key. It would be an honor and privilege to invite you to the stage, Your Majesty. So nice to meet you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in September 2023, all the member states of the United Nations reconfirmed their clear commitment to the 2030 program and its Sustainable Development Goals, known as SDGs, that expressed a collective awareness of the challenges our world is faced with and the need to act in order to preserve future generations' rights and quality of life. The SDGs are not just a list of objectives. They translate a certain vision of the world we want to pass on to our children. Achieving them will help us bridge the gap between the world as it is and the world as it ought to be. The eradication of poverty and hunger, access to a quality education and affordable health care, gender equality, eliminating discrimination, ending the harm we are doing to the natural world, renewable energy transition. If we want to build a fairer, more sustainable, more inclusive world, these are not just aspirations, they are obligations. Otherwise, inequality will go on deepening, increasing tensions between and within countries. So it is essential that countries embed the SDGs in their national, regional, and municipal strategies, and, in the case of the European Union, in the European semester, which guides policy making and legislative content. Member States and the European Union are working hand in hand on this, something I have personally witnessed in the course of activities with the Commission in the areas of decent pay and humanitarian work, as well as the health and especially mental health sector. On my most recent field visits to Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Ivory Coast, I was able to see for myself how developing countries are also building the SDGs into their development plans. To maximize the effectiveness of this, it is important that we give financial aid to such countries and also support the transfer of experience and best practice to them. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are established and we are working on them, but we need to monitor progress towards realizing each one, using indicators to identify weak areas where extra effort is called for. To this end, the UN produces regular Sustainable Development reports, and member states make voluntary national reports. For the first time, too, it is worth pointing out that the European Union has presented its own voluntary examination. According to these different evaluations, it is clear that progress has been made towards realizing the SDGs across the world and in each nation. But it is also true that such progress is uneven. Some objectives are well on the way to being achieved, whilst for others we are moving forward more slowly. In some cases, things are even going backwards due to the after effects of COVID, climate change, pollution, and the loss of biodiversity. We can salute the progress that has been made in reducing poverty, fighting hunger, creating decent jobs and green economies, for example. But there is no room for complacency given the enormity of ongoing issues such as a pay inequality between men and women, violence against women and girls, and the limited access to a quality education. These realities led the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, to pull the alarm bell during the SDG Summit in New York last September. In his words, it is urgent that we accelerate the realization of the SDGs, since no country can afford to see the 2030 program fail. As a result, world leaders endorsed an SDG stimulus of $500 billion annually in affordable long-term finance for developing countries. But the Secretary General asked the members of the international community to go further, and he advocated for a new Bretton Woods root and branch reform of the international financial architecture, which is, in his words, dysfunctional and unfair. Success will only be possible if we pool our forces, if we strengthen partnerships between all stakeholders at all levels and in all sectors. The political world, the business community, civil society, and within this category, especially young people, need to engage in meaningful decision-making because it is their world that we are shaping. We have to do this for them and with them. We carry a heavy responsibility towards our children and future generations. We must act now so they can benefit tomorrow. We have just 6 years left to realize the program we have collectively signed up to. The EU will get a chance to pledge its commitment to implementing the SDGs at the Summit of the Future next September. Times are hard, yes, but we must seize the moment and all put our foot on the gas to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in full, no ifs, no buts. We can still build a better world for everyone. Let's not allow this unique opportunity to slip through our fingers. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I would now like to welcome the European Commissioner for the Economy and our host, Paolo Gentiloni.
Your Majesty, Minister Khattabi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to this conference. And I would like, first of all, to thank you, Your Majesty, for your presence, for your role within the UN framework, and for your inspiring words. I would like also to extend my gratitude to the Belgian presidency and to Minister Khattabi for the excellent cooperation in organizing today's event. This topic is very close to my heart. In 2015, I was in New York as the Italian foreign minister when the United Nations adopted the SDG. I recall the profound sense of pride and responsibility in witnessing 193 countries uniting around the shared visions for the world. A world where all people can live in dignity and equality, in peace and security. For nearly 5 years as European Commissioner for Economy, I've had the honor to try to take this work further by advancing the implementation of the SDGs in the EU, in particular in the economic sphere, which is not obvious nor easy, as you know. As this mandate draws to a close, now is the moment to review our achievements and chart the course ahead. During this time, the Commission has adopted a series of transformative initiatives that bring us closer to our 2030 goals. Among the most prominent ones, let me recall the European Green Deal, the Climate Law, and the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan. We have also made alignment with the SDG as central part a part of member states' recovery plans under Next Generation EU, and integrated the SDGs into the European semester, our annual cycle of economic policy coordination. And because what you measure determines what you do, we have stepped up our monitoring of progress towards these goals. Eurostat, the director is here, has done a valuable work to this end. The monitoring reports it publishes every year have been crucial to evaluate our performance and identify the most pressing sustainability challenges. Today, we are presenting the 2024 SDG report, the final one of this mandate, which includes an assessment of progress made over the past 5 years. We can be proud of how far we have come, despite the extraordinary challenges brought by the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The EU has advanced on a large majority of the SDGs. I'm especially pleased to see progress in the goals that relate to reducing poverty, ensuring decent work and economic growth, and reducing inequalities. Some progress has also been achieved in relation to the goals on sustainable agriculture, innovation and infrastructure, sustainable consumption and production, quality education, gender equality, and life below water. And yet, we are also here because we understand that this work is nowhere near done. We cannot be complacent, as Her Majesty reminded us. First, because the results are uneven across European countries. Second, because for some SDGs, improvements have been limited, and for others, our performance has actually worsened. This is the case for those goals that have been more directly affected by the shocks of the past 5 years. For example, good health and affordable energy. We see movement away from our targets also for SDG 15, life on land. And this is mostly due to increasing areas impacted by droughts, a direct consequence of accelerating climate change. These are areas where we must redouble our efforts and continue to monitor closely in the coming years. Of course, there is another reason why we cannot afford to be complacent. Europe may be overall on a good track, but the world as a whole is not. Last year, the United Nations reported that only 15% of the SDGs were on track, while others were going in reverse. There is no gold medal for reaching the finish line first. This is a race the world needs to win together. Global fragmentation and heightened geopolitical tensions add to the complexity of this endeavor. Yet, I think we should remain hopeful. Strengthening multilateralism is our best strategy to tackle global challenges, from the climate crisis to eradicating poverty, from food security to combating epidemics. And the EU is uniquely positioned to lead this effort and advance the cause of the SDGs. The voluntary review I presented at the United Nations in New York last July, the first ever regional voluntary review, exemplifies how the EU can show leadership and galvanize international support for stronger action. So, today we reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 Agenda in Europe and beyond. Meeting these goals will not be possible without a whole of government and, more importantly, a whole of society approach. That is why we have gathered representatives from varied international organizations today, EU institutions, international financial institutions, development agencies, academics, and civil societies organizations in the audience. Each plays a crucial role in delivering on the SDG. It will be for the next European Commission and Parliament to take this work forward. I urge them to keep the SDGs as their political compass, to remember to lift their gaze from the latest crisis of the day and recall our long-term horizons, to look at every new piece of legislation through the lens of the SDGs and ask, how will it get us closer to our goal for 2030? And I'm confident that today's conference will offer valuable insight and shape our future direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gentiloni. I'd like to now welcome our other host and Belgian Federal Minister of Climate, Environment, Sustainable Development and the Green Deal, Zakia Khattabi.
Your Majesty, Commissioner Gentiloni, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Majesty, for your words, your engagement and support as United Nations Ambassador. Today, I'm here in front of you at a pivotal moment in our shared European journey. As Belgian Minister of Sustainable Development, it is my aim to advocate for the integration of the Sustainable Development Goals into the very fabric of European policy making. In the following years, up to 2030, the next European Commission has to put SDG governance at the forefront of their strategic agenda. Yesterday, at the Council of Environment Ministers in Luxembourg, we have adopted, at the occasion of the 8th Environment Action Programme midterm review, Council conclusions under the title, The Way Forward to a Green, Just and Inclusive Transition for a Sustainable Europe. In the preamble, we started by recalling that the EU and its member states remain firmly committed to implementing the Agenda 2030 and 17 Sustainable Development Goals as the collective plan of action to put sustainability, human rights and gender equality at the center of policy actions at European level, leaving no one behind. As you might know, Belgium has putting forward 3 priorities for its environment presidency: risk preparedness and climate resilience, circular economy and sustainable resource management, and just and inclusive transition. And I'm happy with the result of the Council conclusions. Hereby, I would like to thank EU member states, the European Commission, the social partners and the civil society for their valuable inputs during the process of the last 1 year and a half. By the way, the Council urges the Commission to ensure policy coherence for sustainable development in policy making at all levels of governance. Since I took office in October 2020, I have pinned a tweet in my timeline. It's a picture of a piece of art by Banksy at the Oval Bridge. While the text is drowning, you can read, "I don't believe in global warming." And I added to that tweet, it is not a question of belief, it is about science. Facts and figures. The results of scientific research should always be the explicit starting point for policy making for all dimensions of sustainable development. However, during those almost 4 years, myself and my cabinet learned that science often doesn't matter. And I know it is not easy at all, because looking for science-based solutions, politically discussed, we are addressing complex problems, wicked problems. For the sake of our children and grandchildren, we cannot give up. We need an multi- and transdisciplinary approach in policy preparation, taking into account trade-offs, spillover effects, etc. And an important point of attention is, however, that like ministries in government, universities too often are organized working in silos. Specialized universities, faculties, departments. One thing is sure, quoting from the book Come On, a report to the Club of Rome, a coherent policy will be needed to address socio-economic and environmental goals as a whole. The 17 SDGs and the 169 targets are about different dimensions of sustainable development we need to address as a whole. Planet, people, prosperity. And last but not the least of our concerns these days, SDG 16 about peace and SDG 17 about partnership. After almost 4 years in office, let me share with you a couple of observations from my experience. The attention for sustainable development comes and goes in waves since the UN conference in Rio de Janeiro. Neither governments nor stakeholders did make enough efforts to contribute to sustainable development in a continuous manner. How can we overcome this? There is work to do for the next European Commission. It seems to me that we need to create a strong failure with a focus on sustainable development, linking with member states' policy making in that regard, enhancing policy coherence for sustainable development. And my recommendation is in line with the message of the contribution of the European Economic and Social Committee to the EU-level voluntary review. There is a need for a comprehensive strategy on the SDGs. There was and is a lack of SDG governance in a coherent and systematic way. Every commissioner or minister needs to be a minister for sustainable development. Therefore, at my proposal, since 3 years now, my colleagues in the government are expected to explain in their yearly policy brief to Parliament how they contribute to the targets of the SDGs. Should that not be the approach in every organization, institution, or enterprise? What are the voluntary national reviews submitted to the UN High-Level Political Forum used for? Under my guidance, Belgium submitted the second VNR in July 2023. But frankly speaking, referring to Ithaca, the poem of Gaddafi, in which the importance of the journey over the destination is stressed, well, the process of the making of was more important than the deliverable. Will that kind of process at the EU, at the UN, in the EU or in Belgium contribute to reaching the objectives of Agenda 2030? A last observation for now. Follow the money. From the moment I took office in October 2020, follow the money has been leitmotif. As Minister for Sustainable Development, I can, for example, give subsidies to NGOs or enterprises for due diligence projects. However, and apologizes for the expression, these are peanuts compared with the financial flows going around in the world that undermine sustainable development policy. And therefore, I fully support the work on the reform of the international finance architecture with recommendations in 6 areas. This is crucial to fully achieve the SDGs set out by the 2030 Agenda. Your Majesty, Commissioner Gentiloni, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. For all current and future generations, we need urgently a comprehensive green, just and inclusive transformation towards sustainable development. Science-based, no pause button. The 17 SDGs and their 169 targets are our compass till 2030. Thank you.
That's great. I think our hosts and SDG champion, Your Majesty, have kind of laid out very, very clearly all the challenges and the kind of conversations, especially with the 17th goal, that we need to really address. But these 17 goals have multiple perspectives, as we all know in this room. The hand raising before you all entered the room kind of also laid bare a little bit of the cynicism in this room as well. So we have a big day ahead of us to kind of make everyone feel positive that the next 5 years are going to be perfect. We're going to get there. So putting that in perspective and saying that not one perspective can achieve the goals globally, as all 3 of you have said, our opening special session this morning is by the co-president of the Club of Rome, Sandrine Dixon de Clèves. The stage is yours, and I know you will open hearts and minds as you always do.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure to be here with you, Your Majesty, Commissioner Gentiloni, and Minister Khattabi, and for the incredible Belgian presidency that you have led. Every single event that you have done has looked clearly at the importance of these goals, but also at how we can translate these goals into action. What I hope to do for you today is to build on the incredible opening remarks that we've had. We've heard about the importance of the SDGs, but also the importance of hardwiring humanity into everything that we do. We've also heard about the importance of remembering that our financial system, our economic system, should be driven by people, planet, and prosperity, not profit and power. And let's add, exactly as the minister has indicated, partnership and peace, but also in these days where we need to remind our electorate the importance of democracy, but the importance of taking a pride and passion in this shift towards a just transition. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Come On was one of the publications that was actually named by the minister. But we at the Club of Rome started our journey in 1972, where already it was predicted that the major social and environmental tipping points would start now. Now. We've lost 50 years. So yes, time is up. We've swallowed an alarm clock, and it's time to wake up. The way to wake up is to understand the interlinkages between the planetary boundaries and the importance of encapsulating that into an Earth for All. The pride of the work that I've been able to do with members of the Club of Rome, scientists and economists in 2009, and then translating that into SDGs for All. Because as Commissioner Gentiloni indicated, we are still nowhere. But this is the time. This is the time where we know that global well-being is declining. And yet, in all of our surveys, and our survey last year, 74% of G20 citizens have declared that they want a well-being economy. And we've just redone the survey, and the figures are the same. The figures also show that citizens believe that we have growing inequality across the globe. So how do we ensure that we have more well-being? How do we work with businesses, most importantly, who have understood the global risks landscape? This is not about some environmental conspiracy, which, by the way, is ridiculous because we are the environment and the environment is us. But this is about actually evaluating the key risks, both social and environmental, that actually have been put forward by the top CEOs across the globe for the next 2 to 10 years. It's about understanding that even here today, as we've just come out of quite a chaotic and difficult election process, to be frank, that we take into consideration what is being said and how we translate those words into words that have meaning for humanity. Because the words are about defense, security, economic stability, about following the money, as the minister has indicated, competitiveness, a single market, industrial plans. What is the United States doing and what is China doing? People first, Europe first. And I will argue that SDGs are about people and they're about Europe. They're about competitiveness. They're about understanding that actually new surveys and new data shows us that we will lose 10 to 15% of GDP growth per annum if we hit 1.5 degrees. This is about actually costing inaction, not just costing action. And that's why we have looked at key economic models, at thinking through how we account for social and environmental risk in both our financial and our economic decision-making. How do we correct inequity and inequality? And what does that look like between high and low-income countries? Because we need to work together, as Commissioner Gentiloni indicated. What are our perspectives of global goods and our common goods? And how do we ensure that we increase the agency of women? Because access to education, access to decision-making is fundamental, not because of a quota, but because of the complexity of decision-making today needs both men and women and different cultures to work together. This led us to thinking through how we, as the Club of Rome, with scientists and economists, can think about a new type of path forward, putting in place what we discovered were key 5 turnarounds: working on poverty alleviation, ensuring that we stop inequality, putting in place empowerment of women and men everywhere who understand the importance of this agenda. And then, of course, the underbelly of our survival, food and energy. This process of an earth for all, of trying to understand through system dynamic modeling, through a whole of government approach, led us to what we call some of the spaghetti theories of the interrelationships between different indicators. And you can move from population growth and GDP per person all the way into social trust and look at those interrelationships. And what came out, what was the aha moment? That actually the speed of action on planetary boundaries is a function of the speed of action on inequality and poverty. And actually, that it only takes 2 to 4% of GDP per annum to reach what we call the giant leap scenario, which is based on those 5 key turnarounds. That we could actually stay within the planetary boundaries, that we can actually meet, hopefully, somewhere between 1.5 and 2 degrees, because the bad news is we will pass 1.5. But that we can actually, as a society, a global society, be wise and actually enter into this giant leap scenario that will lead us forward. Because achieving well-being is within our reach if we actually put in place those 5 key turnarounds. If you look at the difference between what we call our too little, too late scenario, which I apologize, but is actually today's scenario. And it could actually be even worse if we look at the new parliament and if we don't implement the legislation that is fundamental linked to the European Green Deal. The differentiator already in 2020 is phenomenal. If we look at how we can enhance the well-being of more people under our giant leap scenario versus that too little, too late scenario. What is often not talked about is the impact of social tension. The fact that as we have more inequality, as well-being decreases, and this is not just in most of the world, this is here in Europe, this is in the United States, where most of the urban centers in the US are increasing the greatest inequality, the greatest growth of homelessness, the greatest growth of mental illness and of drug addiction. Social tension will be on the rise. And again, if you look at our giant leap scenario versus the too little, too late scenario, which is here, you can see that social tension, as we start to reflect on putting in place legislation that is rewiring humanity into everything that we do. Remember, we are nature and nature is us. So nature is not just protecting polar bears. Nature is about how we survive and thrive. Doing both of those together will reduce social tension. This means that when we have farmers in our streets, it doesn't mean scrap the pesticides law. It doesn't mean scrap the nature protection law. It means let's work on making sure that the Common Agricultural Policy gives more subsidies to farmers, not big business. This is a reevaluation of everything that we do and high wiring, smart legislation and optimization. So how do we then get into the SDGs? What does that mean for the SDGs? And we've done a deep dive, working actually with Secretary General Guterres and Amina Mohammed, very much on trying to unpack our Earth for All model into its relevance to the SDGs. And what we saw was that we can achieve the SDGs and create a world that is more resilient to future shocks and stresses. But this means we need to be more radical. It means a transformation path that truly takes into consideration our consumption patterns, that takes into consideration the essence, the ethos of growth. Growth for whom? Growth for what? For what purpose? Again, to ensure that we stay within the planetary boundaries. And it means that we need to start now. Now, there were two key red flags when we started to unpack the need for an SDG for all. The first key red flag was that the climate goals will not be reached under either scenario. And therefore, we need to start to plan. And this does not mean just invest in geoengineering. Or let's pretend that actually just technology options are going to get us out of the mess. No, it means we need good governance. It means we need to think about our financial architecture. It means, again, as Minister Khattabi said, we need to talk about the Bridgetown Initiative, to think through a new financial architecture that gives fiscal space for most of the world to be able to actually transition. That means that we need to look at debt cancellation, that we need to think through special drawing rights, that we need an overhaul of also the way in which we engage with the Global South. So within the Earth for All modeling, with the SDG for All thinking, we also found that there was another big gap, and that's gender equality. And again, gender equality not because it's a nice to have, but because it's an absolutely essential to have. Within the Global South, it's because it will reduce population growth, enable more women to be part of decision-making, but also ensure that actually their activities, which to date are parallel activities, are fundamentally integrated into our economy. If you look at the way in which we've tried to think through the deep impact of our 5 key turnarounds, we have brought in actually each SDG through a series of clustering and then put forward very key policy recommendations. The first, with regard to the poverty turnaround, as I said, was expand the fiscal space. Ensure that we don't have continued growth in trade deficits in the Global South. That we start to think through, if not debt cancellation, then debt for nature swaps or other types of mechanisms. That we take into consideration that global financial architecture, but also knowledge exchange, intellectual property rights, all of the things that the South have been asking for and still are not working properly. I just had a conversation with the head of the WTO last week on this very topic. We're still nowhere in terms of giving access to the Global South, to some of the greatest technology that we have for abating carbon. We also need to think through new economic indicators. This is part of the work, and you will hear from Enrico Giovannini, his life's work on thinking through moving beyond GDP and new indicators, and the work that we've been doing together through the European Commission of trying to figure out how do you buffer GDP. Again, remember, GDP will be lost no matter what with 1.5. So why do we keep on talking about GDP growth? Why can't we start to think through a well-being economy like the one that I just went to last week in Iceland, where both the Prime Minister and the President are firmly behind a broadening of an understanding of our economy that takes into consideration access to education, that takes into consideration access to hospitalization and social care. During the pandemic, a GDP-driven economy only gave us negative figures. And yet, those countries that did well were the ones where their people were given access to social services and hospitalization. And that was never calculated. And we have known since 1968, when Bob Kennedy, the brother of President Kennedy, indicated that we measure that which is actually not of the greatest value. GDP is a construct that was actually started post-war in order to help build post-war. We are now in the 21st century. So that means as we move from the poverty turnaround, we must get into understanding how we fundamentally shift inequality. What are the key aspects? Stronger progressive taxation. We are in the middle now of actually running a campaign with the G20 and patriotic millionaires, believe it or not, they do exist, who have indicated clearly that we need a wealth tax. The OECD, Canada, many countries have now said it is time to tax extreme wealth. It is also time to tax windfall profits, because we know that the oil and gas sector make 2.8 billion windfall profits, not per year, not per month, per day. And yet here we are hitting our heads against the wall, wondering where's our capital going to come from? We have to reinvest in a green technology, and yet the money is right there. Tax those windfall profits. That oil and gas comes from the ground. It comes from Mother Earth. It is not theirs to make profits on while people are struggling through energy poverty. These are the realities of the conversations and the policies that we need to put in place if we truly are going to be wise as we move forward. It means that we need to strengthen labor rights. It means that we need to understand the services sector, but also the impact of AI on the future of employment. It means that we need to therefore put in place safety nets and innovation nets. In terms of empowerment, I've already reflected on some of the key points. But what's really important as well is to think through pensions. Long-term stability for women and men. But for the moment, women have much more difficulty in getting loans, pension plans, and security for themselves. And then, of course, the food turnaround and the energy turnaround, bringing into consideration all of the technologies that we already have, all of the knowledge that we already have, to shift towards a regenerative agriculture, to ensure that we localize, to bring into consideration partnerships with the Global South that will enable them to feed themselves first, and then, of course, work with us in order to ensure that we have the right product flows, the right crop flows, and the right engagement around regenerative ways of producing so we have little impact on the environment. And we need to repurpose our industrial agricultural subsidies. They are as bad as our current subsidies to oil and gas, and that is clear. So, ladies and gentlemen, even if we all talk about energy and we know about energy security, we still know that all of this that is listed here has not been done. We haven't tripled our investments in renewables, and in particular, energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is the symbol of doing things right. The energy you don't use is the best energy. Ensuring that we do the same in the rest of the world, and ensuring that we put in place the right type of subsidies, the right type of infrastructure, the right type of permitting frameworks, so that companies can shift very fast. And I sit on the board of energy companies, and they are ready. They are poised, and they are so worried that we will backtrack on the European Green Deal, that we will backtrack on our targets. They are so worried that the oil and gas sector has declared war on renewables. Some of our companies across Europe are the bravest companies I've ever seen, because they both put in place just transition plans and have actually pulled out of coal and firmly invested in objectives for 2030 of being fully green. This is extraordinary. And it means that if we put this in place, here is what happens. We actually turn poverty around. Well-being for all is actually achieved. Income inequality is massively decreased. CO2 intensity is lowered. Emissions per person are also decreased, and public spending per person increases dramatically. Remember, it comes from right taxation policies and ensuring that you build in the right funds. It also means, however, that you do need to be more systemic in your approach, to break down the silos that our speakers have spoken about, to think through the interrelationship between the food, land, and energy nexus,
to think through the relationship between the built environment, mobility, and energy use within an urban center. It means you need those 5 key turnarounds, and you need to embed social policy across everything that you do, because otherwise you will not bring people on the journey. It means you do need, however, new investments to complement getting rid of the perversities in the market, and that you think through how do you reform the IMF, the World Bank, our central banks, and most of the financial architecture. It also means that governments need to be more active, that the role of the state is not an authoritarian role, but an authoritative role, a role that is bringing people on the journey, a role that protects people above power and profit. And that's also fundamental. So I'm going to quickly move through the specific implications of the indicators and the SDGs. For poverty, the policy interventions are very clear, and we have systematized this. We've run it through our model. We've had discussions with economists from across the globe, and we've now just recently had further discussions with our newest African model and also Latin American model with economists and also with policymakers in those regions. So expand the fiscal space of lower income countries, transform the current financial architecture, transform global trade dependencies, improve access to knowledge, and develop new economic indicators. And again, in terms of the development of the new economic indicators, this is being discussed both at the UN level as well as at the level of the OECD, the European Union, and across many different countries. And the SDGs that are therefore addressed is 1, poverty, 2, zero hunger, and 6, clean water and sanitation. And you see here how that poverty can be turned around between actually the too little too late scenario, which is the red line, and this is in sub-Saharan Africa, and the giant leap scenario. So we are reducing the fraction of population living below 685 per day. Phenomenal immediate reduction if you start now. Now we know that it's going to take some time, but even if you start in 2040, look at the difference. If we take the inequality turnaround and also empowerment at the same time, the policy interventions are indicated as stronger progressive taxation, both income and wealth for individuals and corporations. Remember those windfall profits? A lot of money that we can tax. Strengthen labor rights and trade union negotiating, that's not negotiating, but negotiating power. Safety nets and innovation nets, because it's very important to put in place the right foundation. And then for the empowerment turnaround, recognize that gender equality is essential for economic prosperity. Ensure the massive scale-up of investments, but also get rid of those perversities in the market. Ensure gender equality and guarantee universal social protection. And we talk about putting in place a universal basic dividend, which, by the way, again, has been introduced in some countries like Norway, and believe it or not, even Alaska, which is a state. Starting to ensure that if you actually get profit from natural resources, that you make profit from, or very high level profits from your business undertakings, that those are properly taxed. We're not saying extremely taxed, we're just saying properly taxed. As Warren Buffett says, there's no reason why my housekeeper should be paying more tax than myself. And the SDGs that are addressed. Number 3, good health and well-being. Quality education. Number 5, gender equality. 8, decent work and economic growth. 10, reduced inequalities. 16, peace and justice. And 17, partnership for goals. And here again, income inequality is massively reduced, and the parity between the owner and the worker income actually is now taken into account. And you can see how this translates even in sub-Saharan Africa, and what this means if you actually put in the giant leap scenario. The same in terms of the public spending. where we see that now there's a flat line in sub-Saharan Africa. Or you can see here across the globe that the line is here, barely getting us above, actually, the too little, too late scenario and the red threshold, whereas here through the green, we make it through the giant leap and actually cross the green threshold. I'm going to finish with energy, but I want you to reflect on something in terms of inequality. Because here in Europe, we have this obsession, and I speak with an American accent, but I am French-Belgian, that the United States has this incredible American dream and doing all the right things. But the fact of the matter is that right now in the US, since 1978, CEO salaries have grown by 1,400%. Employee salaries have grown by 18%, and inflation has grown by 20%. It has the highest amount, as I said, of growing inequality. We must, here in Europe, think through how we translate these SDGs into a European way, into a value system that builds on our social values and our environmental values. And so when we come to energy, we then also have to think, what is our solution here in Europe? How can we work with our African neighbors? How can we also work with China to put in place the right solutions for Europe? Because that's important. And that will take care of 4 of our SDGs. But most importantly, it will enable us to think through, as we have tried to do through our European Green Deal, our own embedded solutions in Europe. Investing in renewable technology and energy, ensuring that we do have greater energy efficiency, but making sure as we move through all of this that we have not only a global price on carbon, but that we embed that parity that we have seen of renewable prices going down into the price at the pump or into the price at the home, so that our consumers are paying less, or at least paying what they were paying 5 years ago. Because the cost does not necessarily have to go up to the consumer if we put in place the right progressive taxation and the right mechanisms. And there we will see that actually CO2 intensity is going down phenomenally to negative levels. You can see that here in terms of Europe and in terms of the world. Granted, in terms of Africa, it is more difficult because there will be a growth period. We have to remember that there are millions of people that still don't have access to energy in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, I fundamentally believe that an Earth for All is possible. And I fundamentally believe that we can have SDGs for all. But we do need to get out of our growth paradigm. We do need to question, as we did actually during COVID, what is most important to me? Me as a person, me as a consumer, me as a government official, me as a business leader. Is it to have more material things? Or is it to have access to social and health care? Is it to ensure that I am safe and that my family is safe? Because our Earth is shook up. We have shaken it to the core. And Mother Earth is questioning us every single day. We've had 6 months of rain in Belgium. And yet we've had extreme heat in India and in Brazil. And yet we are being told by certain members of our economies, certain citizens, certain party leaders, that neither climate change exists, and even if it does, it's not a problem. We have it under control. Technology will solve everything. My message to you today is one where I actually had a dialogue with Jane Goodall about. She said, the human species is the most intelligent, but not the wisest. And I said to Jane, but Jane, wouldn't it be incredible if we could prove you wrong? If we could say we are wise? An Earth for all is possible, but for that, we need to embed humanity into everything that we do. We need to walk out of these doors and realize that climate change is on our doorstep. and that also social security and inequality is growing and will only grow if we do not solve all of it within a holistic approach of an Earth for All. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. And I'll add one more thing that Jane says, hope. Hope will keep driving us. So thank you for that. Thank you to our morning speakers. Before we take a break, if we could all rise and say thanks to Her Majesty for taking the time this morning to set the tone for us. She will be escorted out by our hosts, Minister Khattabi and Commissioner Gentiloni. Thank you very much for giving us your time today. And thank you all for being great sports. We're going to take a small coffee break now and meet right back here in 15 minutes. Right, I'm going to compliment this room again. You are the most disciplined audience I have ever had, so thank you very much for coming back in on time. We're going to kick off our conversations now. As promised this morning, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of how these sessions are going to go. We are, in this session and the two to follow, we will kick off with a special guest who is going to set the stage for us for that particular conversation. It will then be followed by a pretty robust panel discussion, which will then conclude with our scene-setting opening speaker joining our panelists up here on stage for a question and answer session with all of you for those 20 minutes. So remember the rule, note down your questions, raise your hand, the mic handler will come to you at that point, introduce yourself, just your name, your organization, so we understand the perspective you're coming with to the conversation. And that will be towards the end. And then, of course, we'll have our lunch break after this particular one. This morning, to set the stage for our first discussion, which is aptly titled Mind the Gap, where we are going to pretty much look at the experience of the EU voluntary review. And we're going to get the EU perspective on what has happened so far in the past 5 years. Our guest speaker kicking off the conversation is Enrico Giovannini. He is economist and also the former Italian Minister for Infrastructure and Sustainable Mobility. If I can invite you onto stage.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this invitation. Let me flag that beside what is written there, I'm also the co-founder and the scientific director of the Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development, which brings more than 320 organizations of civil society in Italy. It's a quite unique organization according to the UN, and therefore I will speak also as one of the watchdogs of the implementation of the 2030 agenda in Europe. Let me start with the positive side. I think that I'm proud to be European because of Article 3 of the Treaty of the European Union. I don't know if you have ever read it, but you can find all the SDGs there. And of course, it was written well before 2015. So you can say, how is it possible? Great forecasters in Europe? No, because the Agenda 2030 was built by Europe, first of all, by European Union. And then it was forgotten for 4 years. But it's very important that now, with the last 5 years legislature, it has been brought back to the center of European policies beside what we can individually think about what European policies should be doing or will be doing and so on. Indeed, the European Union is the best performer worldwide in terms of SDGs, but Europe is not on a sustainable pathway. This is clear. Therefore, a lot has to be done. But we shouldn't forget that we lost 4 years. I was consultant to the European Commission, in particular the cabinet of President Juncker, and I was mentioning before that when in 2015 I organized the first conference on sustainability and resilience, the head of cabinet of President Juncker told me that I had to stop talking about sustainability and resilience because this concept would have never been embraced by the European Union. Well, things changed, but for several years, 4 years, which are several out of 15, really the leaders didn't take the SDGs seriously. And we now risk to have another round of opponents to this in the new parliament, as it was said before. Anyway, we are supposed to discuss about the voluntary review, and I will focus on that. I think that there are several pros in the voluntary review. First of all, the fact that the European Union decided to do it, notwithstanding it's not a state as the other states. This is very important. But it's important its content, because indeed, since the beginning of the new commission, or the commission led by Ursula von der Leyen, the 2030 agenda was put at the center of the policy, as we had recommended. Maybe you have never read the report that together with other scholars and experts in Europe, we published in 2019 in February, called Sustainable Equality, with 100 recommendations on what kind of policies had to be done by the European Union, and several of them became then the President's program and the European Union policies. So, great to have the 2030 agenda at the center of European policies, whole of government approach with better regulation, with the different instruments that have been built over the years. Very good to have the monitoring report, and I have here a copy of the summary that Eurostat just prepared for the 2024 report, and also the fact, as Commissioner Gentiloni mentioned, that 2030 agenda was put at the core of the European semester. Then pandemic arrived, the whole process was put on hold, therefore it didn't work properly. These are the pros. Let me briefly also mention the things that didn't work properly, and then I will move to recommendations for the next steps. First, focus on what has been done and what is missing. This is the real problem. Even if you read the report published today, it tells about what has been done, but it doesn't tell in any way that we will not meet the SDGs in a few years. Why? Because the focus has been, in all the reports, put on regulations, directives, and I personally think that was incredible what European Union has done over the last 5 years. So I'm not criticizing that. But was not focused on mind the gap, on fill the gaps. And why is that? In some cases, because some data arrived late, notwithstanding the efforts made by Eurostat to do early estimates for some variables. In terms of communication, there wasn't really any big plan to communicate SDGs at European level to the European societies. And this is indeed a missing element. In terms of information and easiness of reading, you find a lot of indicators, but only experts can read them. In Italy, for example, we use a lot of Eurostat data for compiling composite indicators for European countries and also for Italy and for its regions, but 17 lines can be read in a two-page document. Hundreds of indicators, there is no way. Therefore, the need for a better communication, or at least an easier communication, is necessary. Modeling about the future. And I will come back in a second, because pathways, as Sandrine has just demonstrated, are very important to understand if we are on the right pathway and if what we do helps in moving on the right pathways. If we focus on the past, just on statistical data, this doesn't tell us whether we are on the right track or not. And finally, lack of discussion of the reports, of the voluntary review with European institutions, with civil society, and also even with the European Economic and Social Committee, that actually is not here even today. Now, what are the next steps, in my view? First of all, if you read the new Council priorities issued just a few days ago, I don't think that the word sustainability is even quoted. So I'm quite worried, I have to say, that the new political cycle will not build on what has been done. I was very happy that Commissioner Gentiloni said they have to continue. So the first point, in my view, is that the new President of the Commission, the new President of the Council and the Parliament have to stick to what they said just last year, and we must keep the 2030 agenda and the SDGs at the center of European political decisions. Whole of government approach has to be confirmed and even improved. And also the way in which President von der Leyen wrote to her commissioners and vice presidents, because in the letter of mission letter, the 2030 agenda and the SDGs were clearly referred, and therefore this has to be kept. 4 point, the new fiscal framework, the new Stability and Growth Pact, with the improvements made by the European Parliament and the Belgian presidency, there is much more sustainability in a wide sense, much more 2030 agenda now in the new fiscal framework, but again, it has to be implemented, and the new semester has to build again on the 2030 agenda. Focus on what is missing, as we will not meet the SDGs with the current trends. We have only 6 years to go. Therefore, the European Commission has to invest much more on modeling and nowcasting, which means the capacity of making early estimates of key variables, because we still have a very big imbalance between economic quarterly data and, for example, environmental and social data, which are annual and arrive 2 years later. 6 months, this is my proposal, 6 months report on the expected impact of new legislation. We cannot just stick to the annual timetable, because we only have 6 years to go. Therefore, also the analysis has to be more frequent. Better regulation should evaluate every single new legislation, piece of legislation, with modeling and impact evaluation on SDGs. It's not enough to say that this has an impact, yes, but which one? How much? This could be done using the models used by Joint Research Center. A vice president should be put in charge of the implementation of the 2030 agenda for the next 5 years, as in Spain. Maybe a network of national experiences like the Italian one should be promoted. And then finally, let me conclude just with one word on the new system of national accounts and beyond GDP, as Sandrine said, which should be in line with the Article 3 of the treaty. If you read the Article 3 of the treaty, where you find the aims of the Union, the first line is the aim of the Union is to promote peace, the European values, and to ensure well-being. It doesn't talk about GDP. This is a political problem because the European way of life, way of well-being, should be recognized as the 21st century model and not just continue to use models that have been decided by US in 1944 to represent their model. As you can see, this is a political problem, it's not a statistical one, and I think that Europe is the best place that, from a political point of view, could start this kind of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giovannini. If I can ask you to take a seat, and I will invite you back up on stage after this panel. If I can request my speakers to join me here on stage. Vasco Cordiero is the president of the Committee of Regions. If you can come join me, whichever side you prefer to enter from. Petros Kokalis is the former member of the European Parliament for Syriza and then the Greens. Mr. Kokalis is the vice president of the Kokalis Foundation, Secretary General of Organization Earth, an environmental education NGO. Thank you very much. Please do join me. Have a seat, gentlemen. Mariana Kotseva is the Director General of Eurostat. Thank you very much. Please take a seat right here. And Maria Rodriguez Alcazar, President of the European Youth Forum, also joins us. Thank you both as well. This was not meant to be a gender division. This was unplanned. I just like to take the center seat. You've heard our morning speakers. I think Sandrine laid down the gauntlet. Enrico has kind of followed up saying, hang on a minute, we've only got 6 years and we're kind of doing it all wrong. I want to ask you, Mariana, if you can kind of run us through the findings of the Eurostat first, in case people have not picked up the pamphlets outside. Give us an idea of where we are at in Europe at this point.
Thank you very much. Yes, it works. Yes, you hear me. Thank you very much for invitation. It's a pleasure for me because just a few minutes ago, Eurostat issued the 8th report in a row on the SDGs, where we stand in the EU context. And I will surprise you that I'm not going to pour you with number of figures, because what is important is that the picture is quite rich. And this was the purpose of all our efforts in the last years through this report. And not only through the report, please look at the whole communication package of Eurostat, because the interaction tools and also comparison by countries, by indicators, which you could find on Eurostat website. So please inform you, and this is the purpose of the report. Of course, the report shows that on some goals, Europe has been on track. And these are the goals which are related, for example, to reducing inequalities, to decent work and economic growth. But they are also targets on which you could clearly see in this year report that the impact of the events in the last years, like pandemic, like Russian military aggression, like Ukraine, impact the progress on SDG goals. There was some backward or slowing down. And also there are some goals in which, let's say, the path, even we are going back, and the Commissioner Gentiloni mentioned also this morning, something on land, on...
if I can get you to hold the mic closer to your mic, to your mouth, just so that the sound can go straight.
Yes, thank you very much. So on the land situation, etc. But what I just wanted to highlight is that the most important in this report is that we just should not look at the simple statement at the beginning on which goals in summary we are progressing and on which we have to double down our efforts, but we should look inside, because under each goal there are usually 6 indicators and they present various aspects of the goal. Let me just give you an example. When we are talking about inequalities, inequalities could have different perspectives. It could be inequalities among regions, for example, in the EU, or among the countries. It could be inequalities between rural and urban areas. It could be inequality between the richest and the poor people. So they are very different dimensions of inequality. So therefore, it's good to measure and to do ranking of countries, of goals. But the most important is that all this information is used from different perspectives to inform future steps and future decisions. This will be my key message. Don't stop with enjoying the ranking and looking at arrows. Go beyond. Find the story and inform yourself about what could be done in each of the domains.
Ms. Carriera, that brings up the regions, because the stories are emanating from the regions at a local level. And sometimes when we look at massive amounts of data and we wait for national governments to give Eurostat that data, we heard from Enrico about the delays that happen and all of the stories that go behind it. At the regional level, when you look at the voluntary review process, does it accurately reflect what you're seeing on the ground?
Well, thank you so much for the question. Let me start by praising the initiative, Commissioner Gentiloni, and also from the Belgian presidency. It's a pleasure to be here. What I would like to stress concerning the issue is, first, it's very, very important to have, let me put it this way, community-based, a territorial approach to the implementation of SDGs. Why? Well, according to OECD, 65% of the SDGs won't be achieved without the involvement of local and regional authorities. So in some of them, it's key to have local and regional authorities implementing those goals. And also the fact that around 50% of public investment is made by local and regional authorities. So you have a very diverse situation and reality. You have regions that are leading the way on the implementation of SDGs, and others not so much. We've been involved in a survey, the Committee of the Regions, that clearly demonstrates that some of the regions complain that they lack the resources or the competencies to act at this level. But it's key for us, at least in our perspective, to have this, how should I put it, finer approach, more granular approach to the SDGs. It's not enough to have a country saying, well, we have attained this and this. If you have differences between urban and rural areas, if you have major differences between community, well, you're working for the picture, but the reality does not follow what the picture is or pretends to demonstrate.
So that comes back to the gap that you're talking about, and mind the gap, as Enrico said. You know, how do you fill that gap? So I want to actually ask a question to Maria, if I may. Do you feel that you have been involved enough in the process? Because I know there were lots of comments last year about the process in itself and the involvement of the youth, of civil society, of regional pitches that sometimes differ from national pitches. Do you feel like you had enough of an input?
Well, thank you first for this invitation, for being in this panel. My first reaction is a no, if I may say. To be honest, like we have many different experiences on how we engage also with the national voluntary reviews through our membership, the national youth councils of all the countries in Europe. There are very diverse experiences. There are countries, for example, in Ireland, where there are consultations with the stakeholders, when young people are actually leading part of the report, is like streamlining their recommendations and also their challenges. And we don't feel that that has happened. There has not been a meaningful engagement of civil society at the EU level. And that's something that we strongly need to change and we need to improve for the next years to come. We need to have also a better strategy for the implementation of the SDGs. And that will happen also through their expertise that we can bring to the table. Because we are in our daily life also, in our case, working with young people, but many other civil society organizations are working with many other groups or minorities even that are much more difficult to reach. So I would say at first that at the EU level, we cannot say that we have been properly engaged. We still miss these meaningful participation processes. And honestly, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are already many mechanisms that can be used. There are many mechanisms also for youth participation, such as the EU Youth Dialogue, that could be used to make sure that the challenges, the needs, the efforts that young people we want to see are also reflected in the strategies and also in the reports.
I think Eurostat is a little bit stuck, right? Because they have rules and regulations that they have to follow to get their data. So here's where I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Kokalis, because you have experience within the European Parliament of the way that data and the stories of data are used to create policy, push through policy at the national level. You made a move from Syriza to Green. In this European election, we have seen, as many have mentioned, quite a shift. The storytelling in itself of what has been done, progress that's been made, that seems to have gotten lost along the way. So is that a flaw of the system in the way that the voluntary reviews are done and then communicated? Because the numbers don't look as bad as you would think.
Well, that's a lovely question. First of all, thank you for having me here. And I think that, well, I was moved when I heard Commissioner Gentiloni, whose cabinet I want to salute for the work they did during this period for setting together this EU semester idea of the SDGs, and the optimism about setting up a commonly agreed political language that is Catholic. It's about the whole of the world. It's about national governments, local governments, businesses, households, and so on. However, as Sandrine very clearly showed, 9 years later, this has not happened. The SDGs were supposed to combat climate change and arrest inequalities, and both are not on track to being arrested at all. And Enrico very succinctly put it that, and also Maria, that these stories are not in the hands of the public, that they're not coming out, that we're not really using them. Now, I happen to think that one of the main let's say, beauties of the SDGs is that they allow for governments, for citizens actually, to hold their governments, be them local or national, accountable and transparent. And this hasn't been happening because we can't really understand the way the numbers work. So I would say that for me, one of the best moments in my career, in my mandate, was to helping the JRC put together a Regions 2030 program, which allows for indicators for regions to measure SDGs. And now this has been moved into a preparatory action that will hold for all the European regions. Now, this would be very meaningful if during this mandate we attach a binding conditionality of the SDGs to the structural funds. If we say that you work with the structural funds, and maybe more funds, and you are binded to measure and grow SDGs. Having said that, what would also be meaningful, being just 6 years ahead of 2030, is to actually have an actual political commitment, not anymore arrows or directions, but have a political commitment. Where do we want these commissions to bring these 100 numbers in 2029.
But Mr. Koukoulis, you had time in the European Parliament to push that. My question then comes back down to considering all the work that you also do for the environment, environmental education in your nonprofit. Why didn't anyone make those connecting dots happen? It's not like civil society, youth organizations, the regions, even at Eurostat, who deal with data and numbers on a daily basis, have not raised these connecting dots. Why did, and it's an honest question for me, why did the European Parliament and MEPs like yourselves not push for those connecting dots to be done? So we were not sitting and discussing at the end of a commission and the start of a new commission all the things that must now be done in 6 years. Why do we wait?
Well, we don't wait. Actually, the idea of actually having indicators for region and committing them to structural funds is a way of putting the dots together. The European Parliament is not doing as much outreach to the public as I would expect it to do, because it's very busy, especially during this great Green Deal mandate, which needs to be upheld and supported through the next mandate. But to answer your question, I think that we do have time right now to, how to put it, to use this now. I mean, I see them being used very well up until to a point by the business community, which has used them to talk about CSR, and now with all the big transition in the finance, with the taxonomy and so going forward. But I think it's at some point we need, as we move beyond 1.5 degrees, and we need to have an agreement what would be our adaptation requirements, our adaptation metrics, and have this discussion beyond GDP, and probably actually use the one metric we already have, we have already politically agreed on, and we have developed monitoring systems, and that would be the SDGs.
We need to move quickly, and according to you, to your point, Mr. Codera, you need the regions to be reflected. What would you like to see within the voluntary review in the next 6 years? We need change. I think our speakers, our opening speakers, have literally laid that out for us. What would you like to see included? How would you like to see the voice of the regions being reflected in all the disparities, so that Mariana doesn't have to sit here and say, make sure you go beyond the arrows, the numbers tell a story. What do you want included, and how can you help her paint a brilliant picture?
Let me address your question from a different point of view, because I think one of the main problems is information or communication. We tend to discuss some issues not considering the impact it has in major goals like this one, the SDGs. I give you an example. The European Commission acknowledges that out of 17 of the goals, 12 are implemented by cohesion policy, by structural funds. If recent news are correct, we are about to witness a seismic change about cohesion policy that will compromise definitely the possibility to achieve some of those goals. Because it's not a question of, no, it's not by the regions, it's by the states. No, some of the goals can only be achieved if the regions and local authorities are committed to them. So one of the major threats that is not being discussed is how structural funds in the post-2027 period, cohesion policy in the post-2027 period can help or can damage the possibility to achieve the SDGs. This would be one of the issues that I would like to see discussed, because in a broader context of the MFF, we need to consider that some of the issues that we currently deal from the political perspective, they have a direct impact in these political compromises, in these political commitments we have. And this is not being discussed.
So how would you want that reframed?
Exactly, putting at the core of the discussion how we can, to use your words, connect the dots. Resources to the goals. Resources through the ones that could implement them. This is a perspective that needs to be brought to the table. And I think, from my perspective, from the Committee of the Regions, that sometimes this perspective is lacking in this debate.
A perspective is lacking. Maria, if you want to go next, because I want to ask you about how that reframing can be done. So if you want to step in.
Yeah, no, if I may add as well, because for us, what is key to contemplate is the financial investments that the achieving of the SDGs will need. So in this situation that we are now with new fiscal rules, honestly, we are afraid that austerity will come again, and that will mean that the social investments or the green investments that we need to put in place are not going to happen, and actually that the situation will worsen for many people, and especially for young people. We know already that 1 in 4 young people are at risk of poverty in the EU, and it has worsened actually in the last years, not only with COVID, I mean with many other social and economic situations that we are living and that are not improving. So I very much echo this part of the discussion linked to the resources, and to make sure that, again, green and social investments are possible, and also that we shift the narrative, not only focus on economic growth, because we know already that that's not what is replying to the well-being of the population. We need to focus much more on social goals. We need to focus on the targets that we have for the SDGs, and make the proper investments in them.
Make proper investments, move beyond GDP. I think everyone has perspectives on this. When you look at the accuracy of the data that you get, the kind of indicators that are shaping the story that Eurostat is putting out, over the 8 that you have done, have you seen a need to shift, change, pivot your strategy in reporting the SDG progress?
Yes, thank you very much. I feel like a white bird here, because I am coming, of course, from a data perspective, and it's always like this, that we listen the needs from different angles, from general level, which is European and national level, from regional level, and then from young people. But in, let's say, the whole process in statistics is simple. It has a very clear logic. The first thing, because you asked me over the 8 years and how historically the process was built, and we could learn something from this and shape the future as well. So usually it starts from the policy goals, and we have 17 goals. And then, of course, a strategy has to transform them into targets. The targets could be quantitative, as several of you said. A clear quantitative target is, for example, that by 2030, 45% of the energy should come from renewables. It's a quantitative target. But it could be also a qualitative target with words. And then the question is to find indicators which will measure these targets. And the whole process started in 2015 at United Nations level, when there was a big discussion at the Statistical Commission, which are the indicators which will represent and will measure correctly the progress. So the result was 253 indicators. And then each region and each country was supposed to take this as a starting point and to select from this recommended list those indicators which are most relevant for the region. Or for the region, I don't mean regions in Europe, I mean EU or Europe as a region. Yeah. And then this was left to the countries, let's say, and to the regions. So therefore, we needed to have this conversation in Europe to see how we could select a certain number of indicators which represents all the goals relatively equally, not to give an importance more to one goal than to another. And this is in discussions with different users, how we end up with the European SDG set of currently 102 indicators. And there, I have to frankly say to you that for us it's more difficult as statisticians when there are no quantitative targets. Because when you have a quantitative target, that, for example, 75% of the population should be in employment. When you say this year we are at 50%, we are moving at 60, you could see really the difference, the distance. It was a challenge for us when there were no quantitative targets. There was just statement, policy documents, and here I just wanted to refer to an excellent work of our colleagues in Joint Research Center, because they tried to use artificial intelligence tools in 6,000 documents of the European Union, which were related as text to the SDGs, and to try to derive some words which could be measurable afterwards as targets. And then in that situation, what we could have done, and we had presented the report in the parliament, Petrus, and I remember that they asked us, why Eurostat don't measure the target to something what is in words? And I say, because you cannot measure it quantitatively. You could just see the trend, and then you could see, is it going in the right direction or not? Is it slow? Is it fast? Is it enough fast? So that's why I always say, yes, quantitative targets is good because it's clear, and then it's clear to measure the progress, but sometimes this is not the case. So therefore, we are going to this story that we have to use, let's say, both quantitative and qualitative targets and to find the right indicators. So now I want to, so this is one point, that yes, we could measure, we could do it well as a statistical community, but we need to have the policy targets defined. So that's why this debate here is an inspiration, because you could see in which directions you are going in order to cover this by indicators. Then my next point is, one of the biggest questions in the statistical community in 2015, and this was the point still last year when the review was done at UN level, that you remember that the starting point was leaving no one behind. Yeah. What does this mean? This means that you cannot stop with indicators at national level. You have to go to regional level. You have to go to different breakdowns by age, by education, by gender, in order to see how different population groups are represented in this progress towards SDGs. And then what has been the conclusion is that this is the weak point in the statistical information which is provided, for many reasons. At UN level, it's difficult, almost impossible for developing countries to find this kind of breakdown, which means that there should be, in parallel of this process, investment and push, demand, but also investment in finding the right ways to collect information which is more granular. And this means new data sources, because we have an excellent cooperation with Committee of Region, and we know that in the old way in which statistics was produced some years ago through surveys, you cannot get enough representation at regional level, or you could get it, but in fact you have to do a census, so you have to pay quite a lot.
Yeah.
Now we have new data sources which we need to use. So I just wanted to agree with the speakers that if we have to do something in the years to come, and this is not for Europe only, it's for the whole world, we have to invest in these breakdowns, if you allow me this statistical jargon, to really define SDGs and their impact at different groups and at territorial level, if I could borrow from you the expression.
Well,
so this is for me the future.
Well, thank you for that, because I think it lays a bit of reality on the ground when we get upset when sometimes data does not accurately reflect certain pictures. We also have to open our minds and understand the limitations in which you're operating in, all of us are operating in. So now that we know the limitations and the learnings, can I ask you, Maria, do you think in your organization, with the young people you work with, they do a deep dive? Is there a want, a need to be statistically represented, and are they willing to come to the table and talk to everybody here saying, this is how we want to get our information on the table, whether it's at a national politics level, because saying you want it versus providing the information that's required are two very different things. What's going on with your organization?
No, but absolutely. We want to be engaged, and we are also knocking the doors to be part of those conversations and to be represented also in the in the data gathering as well. So in this sense, we are also eager to look for more data that can show the differences in young people in different regions and at different levels, that we can have this segmentation, no? And that we can know also about women, LGBTQI plus people, people with disabilities. So we are always eager to have that. And in fact, we also have a Youth Progress Index. That is a set of indicators on the quality of life of young people that we produce together with some partners that are expert in this data gathering. And there we can see also what's the situation for young people in almost all the countries in the world. So, I mean, we also do our own homework in that sense. But apart from that, what we do is actually gathering the voices of young people. We are a platform of youth organizations, meaning having the national youth councils of all the countries in Europe, but also the youth organizations that are operating at the European level, such as the Scouts, School Student Union, trade unions for youth, Roma youth. So we collectively check what are the needs, the demands of young people, what we need to achieve to be better, and we also propose to the institutions on how to work together. And with the SDGs, as I mentioned before, our members, they are engaged at all levels in these conversations, and when we are not engaged, it's not because we don't want to be engaged. So we always encourage to have these consultation processes, and also processes in which we can be directly part of the drafting, together with SDG Watch and also the Economic and Social Committee. We are working together to be part and to create those spaces for civil society to be able to engage better in the delivery of the SDGs. And as I mentioned as well before, we are very eager to see a more concrete implementation strategy that nails down, that goes a bit more in detail about the topics that we would want to see, because honestly, the SDGs is a great framework and it's still very relevant, but we need to see that apply to our concrete reality. So for example, when talking about mental health, there is a big issue for young people, how we can have the concrete targets to make sure that we are advancing also there.
So connecting the dots, because those 17 kind of give you an overview. We all know that. Those 17 goals are a nice little overview for everything that makes us part of our environment and the environment part of us. So the question then for both of you is, she's trying her best to knock on doors. She's working with constraints of having, requiring quantitative data. As political representatives, or now former, but still having that multitude of experience of politics and dealing with local authorities, local governments, can you explain to me why is it that we have seen less of a reflection of what the data is telling us? We've made some gains here, but we've not seen that reflected in the political rhetoric outside. And why is it that when we talk about the SDGs in an environment where they're almost looked at as not important, we have to take care of our own? I'm referring to the rise of certain populist governments and certain populist leaders. The SDGs literally speak to what they're talking about. What do we need to do different at this point to fill the gap, to make the 2-3 things? We keep blaming the pandemic, we blame a lot of things. How do we change the data stories? And what can you both say these two can do different in the next 5 years? Because she has a lot of work cut out for her. She's going to be the adult in the room for the next 30 years when we're all sitting on a beach somewhere hoping to God that we can afford it. What do we do different?
Well, I think that these ladies are doing their job just fine, and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I would like to make a comment on the process of the voluntary reviews, which is how you get people involved, and the fact that during our EUVR, I would like to propose that the ECOSOC continues to house an annual civil society dialogue on the VRs. And a bit of a comment on on what Minister Khattabi said, that this is a little bit about the journey and not Ithaca, and the Cavafy point that, it's not about Ithaca, it's about the journey. Yes, but in the end of the day, Odysseus still arrived to Ithaca, and he did find his house, and he did find his son, and he did find his wife, and he did find his dog. And I'm not so sure that if we sit here and have these populist governments who has as a specific target, the SDGs are a specific ideological opponent as a global government ideology, which obviously is not working that well. I'm not sure there's going to be an Ithaca in the end of the day, 6 years later. So the fact that we don't have a standardized voluntary review process in our governments, in our local governments, that we didn't step up in the past 9 years to set it up in a way that is inclusive and comprehensive. I think that goes a lot into connecting the dots in terms of getting people actually their hands on. Again, I think that the best use of these tools are tools of accountability and transparency for people in government. And maybe that's why they're not being so much widely expounded.
Not widely expanded. So how do we get uniformity in the data that's coming in? How do we convince everybody in these varied national interests in our 27 to start at least agreeing on how we report and not have delays and not have qualitative data that they then have to try and use AI to sort out? What can we do different?
I think there are several issues.
More than several.
And the first one is not reporting. The first one is achieving. That's the main question. Reporting demonstrates what's being done. And our main problem is what is not being done.
Yeah.
Second, we need to translate the SDGs to the political current or mainstream speech in what it means for the common citizen. It's very different to present as a main political commitment or achievement to have fulfilled some of SDGs, or to say that we have diminished hunger, poverty, or have provided decent work. From a political point of view, that's completely different. And people, citizens, I'm not sure that they are aware that what SDGs mean for their daily life, the impact it has in their daily lives, current and future. Third, as time goes by, we need to put more and more effort in the 17th goal. Time is running out. We cannot keep doing things as we've done in the last years, because the results, the gap will be the same. There is a need to put more focus how we can build partnerships to recover the time, to make possible to have the goals fulfilled, the most of them, in the time period we have. This means that the 17th goal, partnerships for the goals, needs to be addressed in a very different way. And as I started, localization is key for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Corriere. So I think what we're going to do is open this up for a conversation with all of you, because I think we've laid out the issues. We've kind of had an idea of how this is being done at this point and ideas on what needs to change. So if I can invite Mr. Giovannini, Enrico, if you can come back up on stage and join us, take my seat. And let's open it up to all of you and ask you your experiences, any questions you have for this panel in the process. Sir, yes, if I'm gonna get a mic to you. Anybody else, please raise your hand in the process, how you want to be involved, the ideas that you have. Think about it while I get you a mic in the front here. The third row, please, the gentleman with the hand. Please introduce yourself and the organization you're from before your question.
Thank you, Jacques Desjarlaches. I'm expert in ecology and toxicology, and also past experience in environmental management, especially in industry. Sometimes, I'm sorry, I have the impression to listen to the same conversation as 10 years ago about this. It means that things have been done, but we are still in generalities, and one of the weakest points, which has been highlighted by several of you and even before, is the lack of a systemic methodology to take into account the global and irreductive complexity of the problems. There are many, many dimensions, and as long as you take them separately, you create, like in an orchestra, a cacophony. And a cacophony means that you have never. So how to handle that? And the lack of methodology is somewhere an academical problem, because as nobody learned that to practice that, it happens that you see that there is never a solution. So what do you propose about that?
Thank you so much. Can I ask you, Mariana, to take that question?
Yes, with pleasure. Thank you very much for the question. So I could just say that indeed goals are interconnected and there is a complexity. So for example, in the voluntary review, where Eurostat contributed with a statistical annex in the last year report, and we do this systematically in all the reports, there was analysis of interlinkages between different goals. And there are also some indicators which are shown as covering several goals. And in the review, with the support of researchers, our colleagues from Joint Research Center, they tried to provide this analysis of interlinkages and complexity. But sure, of course, when the data are published, they are the starting point, and then the efforts to analyze and to address complexity, and Rico, you mentioned this in your speech as well, is something what is to be done. And one of our purposes as Eurostat is to provide data which could facilitate that kind of analysis. Thank you.
But I think the question comes back down to methodology and the kind of structure. Did Eurostat, when you started off, have a conversation with the UN saying, shall we have a global standard here? So everybody has to give in the same data, because if everyone is organizing their data sets in a different way.
I was keeping this for the end because we have to finish on a positive note.
No, we love positivity here. Hope, remember?
Gloomy on the data side. Of course, one of the most important things when you are speaking about data, and I am sure you agree with me that because we see all this explosion of fake news and disinformation, etc., one of the most important things when you run such a process like SDGs is the legitimacy and trustworthiness of the data, of the information. And this is a leading criteria because you want to trust to the data in order to do informed decisions. In order to trust to the data, the first simple logical thing is that they have to be comparable, which means that they have to based on definitions, on common understanding, on standards. And that's why for 70 years, there is a United Nations Statistical Commission which discusses the standards, that the things are measured in the same way, and in Europe we implement the same standards. That's why when we were reviewing the SDGs set of indicators every year, we look very carefully when the indicators is to get in that it should meet certain quality criteria, that it exists based on harmonized definition, and that it's not just a study which is done for 3 months. Even if it's a good study, it's not a robust statistics which you could follow over the years in order to grasp the trends. For certainly, yes, they are standards, and that's why Eurostat is a trustworthy reference point of information, together with our partners in national statistical authorities, and together with our partners globally.
Enrico,
but this doesn't mean that we cannot integrate, for example, sorry, the last sentence, this doesn't mean that the door is closed for statistics which are produced by NGOs, for example. We have birth index in one of SDG indicators, and the birth index is not collected by statistical authorities, it's collected by European Council on birth censuses. So it's an organization which gathers different specialists who are observing the presence of different bird species in Europe. So that's why the process could be open for new data sources, but they have to come through the quality test. Thank you very much.
Quality test, we're slowly changing the kind of data and where it's coming from. Enrico, you wanted to?
Yes, to be blunt, is the absence of data the reason why we are not running policies for sustainability? No, definitely no. Is the absence of data an obstacle to make better decisions? I would say no at this point. It was years ago when we didn't have data on several elements. Is the absence of models through which we simulate policies before making decisions an obstacle? Yes, but in Europe we are much better placed than in most parts of the world. Are these models used by politicians when they make decisions? No. To a certain extent, much more than in Europe than any other place, because with better regulation, with the preparatory work, politicians have a lot of information also about the trade-offs. Is people aware of these trade-offs? No, definitely not. So you see, the need for interconnecting the different elements is true. Europe can do much better. I'm working with the JRC for years on this, but it's not the main obstacle because we know what we shouldn't be doing, and notwithstanding that, we do it.
Data's never the, we like to blame data though, for a lot of things. So, next question. Yes, please.
Good morning. I'm Audrey Parizel. I'm working in the European Committee of the Regions, and as my president said, SDG localization is very important, and assessing progress with the right data and very high standard data is very important. But so far there is no regional data in your assessment in Eurostat, but we are cooperating very well with you as well as with the GRC and the OECD and even with the European Parliament.
And your question is?
My question is if GRC is able to provide you with disaggregated data for most SDGs, are you ready to integrate it at the next edition report? Thank you.
Shall I answer?
Well, I think that was aimed for you.
Could I tell you that GRC cannot produce the data, which could be collected by national statistical authorities? GRC could do some research and could, let's say, do some forecasting and some modeling, and this, of course, is very useful. What I just wanted, I also wanted to clarify something here, that this is not the case that regional data do not exist, as let's say, because the indicators which you see in the report, this has been indicators and statistics which has been collected. And they have regional dimension, or they have dimension by youth, by gender, etc. They were not included in the report as a separate chapter, but they exist. And this is what I want to follow up what Enrico said, that data exist and they have to be looked for. Of course, they have to be communicated, they have to be disseminated, but not everything should be in one report. But this is not an issue that we don't have at all regional data or breakdowns. The question is whether we need to put them in a regional version of SDG report, because we have, for example, regional book on the EU, which collects the main indicators on region. So practically this means your question, and what I'm taking as a message today, that there is a high demand to have SDG report at regional level in the next years. And then we have to look what we have at regional level, whether all these 100 indicators for consistency could be provided at regional level, what exactly means regional level, not on municipalities, urban, rural, etc. And then we could use all possible sources which qualify which meet quality criteria in order to be good reports, reliable information, and this could be done.
Mariana is a statistician. She's going to go back to the quality of that data. So
It's very important, otherwise you cannot be lead correctly in the world of disinformation and fake news. Quality of data
I
is
absolutely
essential.
concur. I think Mr. Cacao what you wanted to come in.
Yes, because I'm stuck on this metaphor of the cacophony. And I have seen data being used as, let's say, instruments without a maestro. So how do we go from the cacophony to a symphony? What is the guiding political point of view that will help us use this data into moving forward? And I would like to say two things. One is that I absolutely agree that there needs to be localization of the SDGs, and that is the way to bring them closer to the communities, to the people. That's the point of contact of citizens with government, and that's where they can actually hold governments accountable, and that's where SDGs can be meaningful to their lives. If they're on a municipality level, on a regional level, which means they need to be empowered. And the other thing that I would like to put out there, maybe even at this late point, maybe for later, is that we now have developed this tremendous monitoring capacity, and we are arriving at the point where we can have mutually agreed data on all kinds of levels. And we are arriving at the point where we know we're not going to reach the 2030 goals, but we are talking about binding SDG goals for the 2027 structural funds. Is it time to talk about post-2030 goals? Do we stick with the 17 goals? Is it time to think about the next set of goals, or is it time to, get used to using them? Even if 5 years later, Ithaka might not still be here, if we do have a populist government, as you said, here in Europe, another one in the United States, and continued war around here, and continued climate change.
Enrico, you wanted to say
Yeah,
something?
just to let you know that at Italian level, we issue a report on regional data, but the good thing is that according to national strategy for sustainable development, now each and every region develops its own program for sustainable development, fully embedded with the 3 years mandatory planning. And now they are using SDG data, Eurostat data, and so on and so forth. So that was the change, and the same for large cities. So it's an institutional process, it's not a statistical one. Data are there, can be used. The point, as you said, just to answer your point, what's next? The answer is quite clear. So far, all parts of the world, including the G7 last week, said we have to run now to reach the goals. But we know that we will not be reaching most of the goals. Therefore, the discussion on what's next will start after 2025 with the change of the UN Secretary General and so on. My hope, and I think it's the only way to go, is to say, okay, let's move to 2050. Because with the current political environment at global level, there is no way to reopen the Pandora's box of the SDGs. At least in my view, it was a miracle that they were defined. I think the only way to go is to reach them by 2050, especially as most parts of the world now think about decarbonization by 2050, or more or less. So this is, I think, the reason why it's not good to lose time, to waste time now to discuss about what's the next step. And we have a legislature to run now.
We have work to do, and pushing the goals out sometimes worries me, because to the first gentleman's point, we end up having the same conversation over and over again for as long as I've been doing this. So anyone else? Yes, please. I think this might have to be our final question.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Claudia Topalli, I work for IDEX Laboratories, and been covering and working on sustainability in several areas, including the Commission, UNEP, and so on. Small comment, which links to the question. So we have the goals, sustainable development at global level, they are translated at national level. We have the tools. We spoke about standards, there is an issue about the standards because everybody likes to kind of build their own waiters so that it can be lighter. So we do have guidance at European level, product environmental footprint. We do have guidance for the Sustainable Development Goals and the social LCA guidelines. So there is really global tool to do so.
I will ask you to get to your question, though.
The question is, those are really like systemic changes that we are looking forward. How can they be served with such short-term planning? So we're talking at 5 years. National, I mean, if we're talking about Italy, my colleagues can confirm that is even shorter. So how can we make these global changes with 5 years planning? And I'll stop it there because I had another comment, but I'll stop it there sake of time. Thank you.
We will continue the conversation. We'll have plenty of time to have these conversations. So who wants to take the short-term planning, 5 years? Maria, you want to talk about 5 years? Because I think you, of all people, can actually look at the duration of time scales that are being talked about and say, is this realistic? Are we insane?
I do think we can plan things for 5 years, but indeed what we need is long-term strategies. And that's an agreement I think that we all have. But that's why I was referring before also to the engagement of civil society actors that are not likely to change that much as politicians, maybe will change in that framework. And that's why it's important to build the strategies and the implementation targets together. I mean, and to have this reflection as a society, we already have the framework that is the own SDGs, so we need to narrow down what's great in there. So I think what is missing, honestly, is political will, of course, but then also this conversation about the resources. That is key, and that's what can also ensure more stability in the long run. So that's my 2 cents here.
Mr. Cordera, we're talking about timescales.
Well, if I understood the question correctly, I think what we need is shorter planning, not longer planning, or at least monitoring. You need to know each year what is happening.
She's asking for longer term planning, that 5 years is too short a term.
Of course, and it's important to have how you will achieve the goals on the long term, at least at the time frame you have. But my point is, I think what it's very, very important, and maybe it's not monitoring, it's planning. It's not planning, it's monitoring. You need to see in a more shorter period. It's not only when you end a political cycle that you can have an assessment of what was done. It's important to see how you are fulfilling your strategy, how you are complying with your planning. And sometimes I think, although we have the information, we have the data, sometimes the political consequences of not fulfilling what you have committed to, maybe that's what's missing here. Thank you.
Enrico, you wanted to pop in, and then I'm going to do a round robin of everyone's last word.
We are not China, with pros and cons, I would say. The good news, in my view, is that at least thanks to European Union, some long-term targets have been fixed, decarbonization by 2050, and so on and so forth. The problem is that countries have different governments with different opinions on how to get there. And for example, in Italy, a recent decision to stop the use of solar panels in agricultural land. This was decided, I'm not entering into discussion, but the law didn't say how to compensate the loss of renewables that this leads. And this is exactly, as you said, if the political debate is the democratic debate, is not pushing the government, whatever government, to stick to the long-term planning, it's very difficult to get there. But this is a part of our democratic weaknesses, together with the strong elements of democracy that I wouldn't give up.
well, democracy does come with its own little silos. We have to start wrapping up. So I would like us to walk away from lunch. I think, Sandrine, are we okay with Sandrine taking 2 minutes of our lunch? I think we're okay with it. Sandrine, can we get you a mic? Oh, no. We have people joining online, so.
So for the people online, I just wanted to make the juxtaposition between the short term and the long term. There are two things lacking. One is the fact that we don't have emergency plans in place, which are looking at short-term levers that will enable us both to build the resilience that we need to future shocks and stresses, and also then build up the long-term planning. So we need, in the short term, leverage points that both enable us to put in place these emergency plans, but also to think through how do we tweak the existing system to get as many gains as possible in order to make sure that we move forward. And that can come from things like the taxonomy, which is right now being in place, the sustainable taxonomy, on putting in place actually the right finance for green projects or social projects. It's also working right now with the IMF, the World Bank, et cetera, to start to tweak the financial architecture and shift in our discussions on debt cancellation, et cetera, et cetera. Then the other is the long-term planning, which is 10 to 20 years. And as Enrico says and others have said, we have the objectives. But again, the fact is, how do you link up then the planetary emergency, facing the emergency now, which is the 5-year, even I would say, the year-on plan? Just a reminder, all nuclear facilities, manufacturing sites have emergency plans. There's no reason why governments should not have emergency plans. They actually allow you to plan for emergencies. It's pretty simple. We don't have that. And then you link it to the long term.
Thank you for that, Sandrine. So, in one respect, sometimes when you break out of your silos and talk to people from other sectors, there are lessons to be learned because the private sector always has a backup plan for scenarios. They look at geopolitics on a constant basis, as you kindly pointed out. So, wrap up, round robin, leave us with a little hope. Let's keep Jane Goodall's theme alive, a little bit of hope for the gaps that we currently have. What can we do a little bit different in the next 6 months to a year? Let's not even go to 5 years because we're going to see a lot of change here in Brussels, in different capital cities. If I can ask you, Maria, to kick us off. Very quickly, 30 seconds, 2 points.
Yes, I will stick to the involvement of civil society. I think that's really key. Also to analyze and to understand what are the perspectives and the hopes that we can have, so we can also help that. So I would say meaningful engagement of civil society and link it to the conversation of the systemic change, taxation, but also how to properly invest in the social and green targets.
Conversation, Mariana.
Yes, thank you very much. I will pick up the point from Maria. So, report of Eurostat, statistics, they don't depend on the political cycle. We produce the report, we are producing the report, and we will continue producing it, putting objective information inside. So please inform yourself, look at the data, not only in the report, but there are links to the other robust data which are produced by Eurostat together with the partners in the countries. And where we could partner indeed is to make a wider use of this data to inform the debate and future decisions, together with civil society, together with media, together with institutions, so that really make this data and information used for the right decisions. Otherwise, our mission is not complete as Eurostat if our data are not used for better lives and for better decisions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cordiero, if I can ask you.
Well, I would like to stress the idea that there is a potential, a big potential, in a more, in a renewed approach to the 17th goal, the partnerships. I think time demands this renewed approach to that specific goal, and an involvement, a more direct involvement of local and regional authorities in it. Thank you.
Mr. Koukoulas?
Yes, on the longer-term plan and the emergency plan, I think that the hope here is on the emergency plan and on the resistance plan. And there is not, I mean, I've seen a couple of 5-year plans working, and changing things, but I think there is no longer term plan for what's happening in New Delhi, what's happening in Mexico City, what's happening in Greece as well. So I think that the short-term answer and using in cities real-time data, not long-term data, is something that needs to be taken up as a matter of urgency.
Real-time data indeed. Mr. Giovannini, you've got the final word.
The European Union decided to behave as a country producing the voluntary review. On 18th September 2023, all countries of the UN agreed to present an acceleration plan for all the SDGs for which they are lagging behind, which means all. European Union should produce an acceleration plan by the end of this year, in my view. The new Commission should put this according to the commitment made in September, and everybody in this room and elsewhere should push to have this acceleration plan part of the mandate of the new president of the Parliament, the Commission, and so on and so forth. And then in 1 year, now we could monitor whether this happened or not.
Well, you've got your work cut out for you. I think the gauntlet has been laid down for the next couple of months for what you have to do in your respective organizations. On that note, please give them a round of applause. They've been fantastic. Thank you very much for your frankness. We will take our lunch break now, and we will see you back here in a short bit. Thank you very much. Right. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Was it delicious? On a scale of, if anyone thinks it was mediocre, out of 5, raise your hands. Do you think it was a 10? Excellent. Raise your hands. There you go. Food. We ate it. We had food security today, so we checked one of those SDGs off for at least ourselves. We now need to do that for the rest of the world. We're going to kick off this afternoon with a conversation about how we can realize those SDGs globally, considering the polycrises that we've been talking about all morning. We decided to save the deep dive into those crises for this afternoon. What better than the lunch slump to wake you up? To talk about issues from food security to defense to, of course, potential pandemics down the road. Preparedness seems to be the key. Our next kickoff speaker for the afternoon here in Belgium is a man who is, of course, an economist, but as a Belgian, he truly understands beeronomics. But more importantly, Professor Johan Jo Swinnen is world-renowned as an expert in the political economy of the food system transformation. He is also the Director General of the International Food Policy Research Institute and the Managing Director of the Systems Transformation Science Group of CGIAR. So please welcome him on stage. Jo, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be in Brussels. I worked 3 years for the European Commission earlier in my career, and I always had good memories from it. And then I was a professor most of my life in some Belgian universities as well, and other places. I now am in Washington, D.C., where the headquarters of IFPRI are, the International Food Policy Research Institute, but most of our staff is actually in developing countries, mostly in South Asia and in Africa. I have prepared some slides to go through. It's a bit more, I really enjoyed this morning's discussion. My opening is a little bit more analytical, and I'm sure we'll get in a lot of the policy issues in the panel and the Q&A. Oh, it works. There you go. Okay. So since most of our work is actually organized around food issues, food security, that's where I will focus on mostly. But then this morning I was listening, how does my talk relate to to all the other SDGs, and I started writing them down and actually ended up with all of them. There is a link, I think, and so there's a lot of linkages during the presentation as well. So this is, I'd like to start with the slide, with the cover of The Economist of 10 years ago, actually, almost 11 years ago now. And so the main theme of the article, it's also the cover, is that poverty is gone. Okay, it's just a matter of time, so we're going to make the SDGs, and so by 2030 or something, there'll be a little bit left, but not much anymore. Okay, if you look at the hunger numbers from FAO at that time, that's on the right-hand panel, they go in the same direction. So there's massive improvements in poverty reduction, in hunger reduction over the 25 years before then. And then things change. So this is the updated numbers from hunger, and you see that in the middle of last decennium, basically things stabilized and then they turn around. They turn around both in absolute numbers and in percentage of the world population. And this is so it's a structural change, it's not. And notice that this is happening, this is before COVID, this is before the Ukraine invasion, okay? It precedes that. So is it just maybe in Africa? And so if you look at these numbers here, they show in different regions, and you see the levels are different, obviously, but the trend is the same. So it's a global phenomenon. I mean, it turns around, it becomes worse structurally in all parts of the world. And then we look at the acute food insecurity, which is arguably even more worrying. There the numbers are even worse, because there we see almost a tripling of the numbers of acute food insecure people in a decade's time. I mean, really less than a decade, even since 2016. And so why is that? What's behind it? Well, there's a couple of reasons, and I'll go quickly through them. One has to do with the basic income, right? Income is still, despite all the other factors, a core determinant of food insecurity and poverty, obviously. And so you see that on the right-hand panel, you see the brown line is for low and middle income countries around the world, and the green line is for Africa. And you see clearly recession starting in the middle of last decennium in Africa, clearly contributing, so the fall in incomes contributing to these worsening numbers. Another factor is COVID-19, of course. I mean, it's been mentioned several times this morning. It was around the world, and the Ukraine crisis. Now, the Ukraine crisis happened at the moment that global stocks were fairly low and that prices were already structurally high if you look compared to the previous decades. And so it really pushed up things when they were already in a very difficult situation. So you see the spike there in terms of a number of indicators. The overall food indicator is the dark blue line, but they're all going in the same direction. What you see that since then, things have come down again, things have stabilized to pre-Ukraine invasion, the invasion in Ukraine levels, but they're still high historically. We should not forget that. Then the direct effect may be gone, but indirectly there's very important effect still from both the combination of COVID and the social expenditures, public expenditures with it, and the Ukraine war. And so what you see, this is reflected in high debt levels in many developing countries, and in the remarkable observation that the food price inflation in developing countries is much higher than it is actually in developed countries, in rich countries. So you see the high-income countries, you still have significant food price inflation. This is roughly quarters over the past year. But when you look at low-income countries and low and middle-income countries, these numbers are much higher. Okay, so they're structural there. And this, of course, contributes to worsening poverty and food insecurity. A second factor is really conflict, okay? Conflict and fragility. When I first got this graph that was made by my assistant, I think you must have got the numbers wrong. This cannot be right. And it turns out to be right. So what you see is from 1990 till 2010, 2030, we have roughly 40 million people which are displaced in the world. You always have conflicts here going on. But what you see is over the last 10 years, 12 years, this number has really increased tremendously, tripled almost, okay? And this is, of course, contributing to major problems of insecurity, of food and of hunger, of acute hunger, etc. And so the numbers on the right-hand panel are for the last 12 years for Africa, just documenting consistency. And so where are there? These are just some numbers to illustrate it. Right hand is percentage of population, Gaza, almost 100% now. And on the left hand is the number of people, and of course that depends on how big these countries are. But you see a lot of these countries are characterized by conflict right now. A third factor is climate change. You will not be surprised, and weather extremes related with that. And so these are not things in the future, these are things happening right now. So the FAO, and IFPRI contributes to that, but FAO there is now, and the European Commission is supporting this work. So we have an annual report now documenting food crises coming out, and we're now associating these to different things like conflict, to weather extremes, and economic shock. And we see a lot of food problems, poverty problems in the world are already connected with weather shocks and climate change. More structurally, so these are numbers from some really, good economic work, I would say. And so what they show, okay, they show that the last decade, okay, and this is on the right-hand panel here, so what you have to look at is the red part of the column, because the red part of the column, that's productivity growth, okay? That's really what creates incomes, higher incomes for people working in agriculture, etc. So, and that part is going down, and that's very problematic, because this is really creating all kinds of problems going into the future. And on the right-hand panel is a study which shows the dotted line compared to the full line is the effect of climate change already now and certainly going in the future. It's going to make it worse in terms of agricultural output, and agriculture productivity. Let me then point out two more structural problems, I would say. One is that when we talk about the price shock, when you think about price shock means you deviate from normality. So you think you have a certain level of price and suddenly it shocks, right? What you see here on the left-hand panel, what you see, these are the last 25 years to just before the Ukraine war. This is more recent data for the last 2 years. And what you see, it's the same story. It's volatility. There is no stability in these markets anymore. So that means when you think about a policy system to address things like all these SDGs, that means you have to start from a concept where volatility is the norm. Okay? And that's very different than our models we learn at school mostly, because there we assume that stability is the norm to deal with that. So this is, these are again the hunger numbers, which I showed in the beginning. And so these are baseline projections that where we have been involved in. And so you see that the red dotted line, this is where we are, where we're probably going to by 2030. You see there's no way we will get to zero. Okay, hopefully we will get back, we reverse the trend, we go back to a declining trend, structural break again. And so the green line was, if there wouldn't have been COVID, no Ukraine war, but we are still quite far away. Still almost 500 million people in the world would be hungry. So there is a lot of work to do. I heard this morning you said we have to update from 2030 to 2050. That is what the targets which FAO is now setting going forward, I think. And final point before I come to some of the policy issues, which I will touch on briefly. So I've talked about the numbers I've shown are hunger numbers or acute hunger numbers. These are the worst. But if you look at things which we should be looking at is healthy diets, we see that the numbers are much higher. So we have 3 billion people. That's a large share of the world of people who cannot afford a healthy diet. 2 billion people who have deficiencies in micronutrients. And at the same time, we see rapidly increasing numbers of obesity in the world. And so many of particularly the lower middle income countries are characterized by both of these things. So they have the double or triple form of malnutrition. I have listed here, and I think the panel members will pick up some of these in more details, where what needs to be done. A lot of things need to be done. Also the fact that we have several causes, different factors which are contributing to that. That means essentially you need different types of policies, different things you have to target in your policies to address all these things. They have to do with infrastructural issues, they have to do with policies, they have to do with stimulating income growth, clearly resilience against shocks more broadly, climate change more specifically, and then obviously since conflict is now it's always been a big issue, but particularly more recently, so you need kind of a whole package of policies to deal with conflict going forward because it's such an important component. And then the issues of finance, I think it's a huge issue, okay? There's a lot of discussions also how we're going to finance the systems transformation, the food systems transformation, the climate transition. And so we can do this different forms of climate, of finance that are available. One of them is obviously public expenditures. And currently, if you look at agriculture and food, the most important one are existing agricultural subsidies, about $800 billion annually in the world. And some of these are not actually stimulating the right behavior, not giving the right incentives for being consistent with the SDGs, I think. And so that's where the repurposing agenda comes on. I will stop here. If you stop my time, I'll be happy to answer questions in the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Professor Swinnen. If I can get you to take a seat, and I'll call you back up after our panel has kind of done a bit of more of a deep dive into the key topics that you've highlighted. If I can welcome up our speakers for this session. Camilla Bruckner is the director of the UNDP in Brussels, if I can call you up. Koen Duns is the Director General at the European Commission's Directorate General for International Partnerships. Thank you very much for joining me. I'll grab this little seat over here, wherever you would like to sit. Carsten Stauer is the Chair of the OECD Development Assistance Committee. There you go. It's a little musical chairs thing that we had going on for a second, but we've got it sorted. Thank you so much. And Guillaume Le Fortune is the Vice President and Head of the Paris office at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Thank you, Guillaume, for joining us as well. Let's do a little bit of a deep dive into what Professor Swinnen has kind of laid out. What I picked up was volatility is now the norm, which I think pretty much everyone in the front row and this morning would have agreed as well. So could I get your opening thoughts on, if volatility is the norm, what are the geopolitical and almost the kind of setbacks that we should expect in the next 6 years, that we should be prepared for at this very moment? Who would like to go first? Gail, can I throw that to you?
Yeah, sure. Well, in terms of setbacks, it's interesting. This is a big SDG week because the Commission is launching its report today. We actually launched the global edition of the Sustainable Development Report yesterday at the SDSN. So this is the annual exercise that we do to take stock of progress made of all 193 UN member states on the SDGs. And indeed, the picture is quite gloomy. In our view, none of the 17 SDGs are on track to be achieved by 2030. SDG 2 is particularly off track, but also SDG 11 on responsible cities and communities, SDG 14, 15, and 16 as well are particularly off track. And I think already before those multiple crises, we could see that progress was too slow. When we look at the data, this is stagnation basically since 2020. But one of the difference, and maybe I'll stop here for my initial remark, is that at least before 2020, there was some convergence happening with low-income countries and some of the vulnerable countries catching up with the world SDG average. Convergence being an important word in the EU, but also in the SDG context. Since 2020, this is no longer happening. I think the slides before were extremely clear about the disproportionate impact of those crises on low-income and vulnerable countries. And I think we will touch upon this today, but the issue of the lack of financing in order to finance the emergency expenditure, but also the recovery package in this context.
Thank you, Guillaume. Camilla, if I can ask you, from a UN perspective, let's kind of stay in that sphere before we come back down to the two gentlemen. Polycrises, now the way of the world. That's what people in the defense sector are saying. We're talking about that in Brussels. We're talking about that in Washington. What are the setbacks that we should now mentally be prepared for that word resilience to be important in the next 6 years? Where are the hotspots that we need to be ready for?
Well, first of all, as Johan Swinnen just demonstrated, the disparity already started before the COVID crisis, and maybe that's also due to our structural setup. And one of the things that we have pointed out is very much the, you could say, the sectorial way we approach the SDGs. The SDGs is precisely an integrated agenda where we need to have a whole of government approach, and yet our systems are not set up for that at all. So it will require an overhaul of the international system. In the UN, we have been implementing a big reform in order to be able to address the SDGs in a more comprehensive manner and in a more portfolio approach where we look at the comprehensive approach to resolve any given SDG. And with the EU, we have indeed also had some very important pilot programs like the Spotlight Initiative where we did this, which proved very, very difficult in the beginning because it did require new ways of working, a lot of stakeholders being involved. Yet we have achieved some more sustainable results as an effect of this. But that's one thing. The other thing is of course, the distraction that the polycrisis provide. We see an international system clearly very distracted by the war in Ukraine, by the conflict in Gaza, etc. There are other conflicts that barely make it to the headlines that should also have this attention. So there is simply an attention span problem as well. And then lastly but not least, we are not following through on our plans. We had a commission that started off, for instance, for the EU, and I think it's true for most governments, in fact, with plans that integrated the SDGs in the planning and in the policies. But as recent evaluations have shown, commissioned by the Commission by itself and an international think tank, SDGs.be in Italy, that the plans are simply not being followed through in the practical plans. And I think that's where we really have to put attention in the future.
So we need to go a little... We're losing mics, but not heads today. So if we are to move beyond checkboxing and then not cry, woe is me in 2030, we're already preparing ourselves. I mean, I can hear the tonality through this day already saying, oh, we're never going to reach our 2030 goals. Now, we know that's true, but the question then is, how do we prepare to not fail too badly? Can I ask you that, Carsten? What are you looking at in terms of the OECD's view? You're talking to pretty much everyone who promises a lot, but follow through.
Yeah, that's true. Promises are easily made. Of course, that has always been the case. But I do think that we are right now in a situation that's more serious than just promises not being kept. I think we are basically in a situation whereby we see some cracks in the way that we have organized the whole global system. We see deglobalization, not that much in trade so far, but it was probably coming to emerge. We see it clearly in finance. We see increasing nationalism, increasing regionalization of economies and the way that people organize and think about their problems. And we see, of course, also basically multilateral system is multilateral institutions being more and more powerless. So I do think that the whole network that keeps us together as one planet is basically loose now. And I think that for me is the big issue. So the question is, how can we tighten it up? How can we create a global multilateral kind of framework for the way that we do politics and do economics with each other? And I think that's where we, I think, are looking very much to, from a OECD perspective, to Europe, basically, because that is fundamentally, it was said that the SDGs were very much reflection of European thinking. It's very much that to Europe and to the old powers of Europe that we're looking in order to be the saviors of that globalized multilateral system. And I think that's where the task for the new Commission, new Parliament comes in, is basically, do they understand that? Or are they too preoccupied with the Russian aggression, Russian threat, war in Ukraine, war in Gaza, to have a full global picture? And I think that would be my concern. And I think that's what we should have a discussion about, to be sure that the framing of that new set of policies and ideas that will emerge with the new Commission will actually be global in perspective, not regional.
Koen, that brings up your job of creating those partnerships. Are we having the right discussions with the partners? Because every room that I'm in, partnership, by the way, is now the new gorgeous jargon word that you will hear in boardrooms, you will hear in council meetings, you will hear them everywhere. Everyone wants a partnership. no one can figure out how to do it.
We were first. We changed the title of my commissioner from development cooperation to international partnerships already 5 years ago, so a bit ahead of the curve. No, what I wanted to say is that, I mean, it's as John Lennon said, life is what's happening when you're busy making plans. And I think that when we made that plan, a lot has happened since. For me, the real big challenge probably is the way in which we see how climate change and environmental degradation are really playing out across the globe. And we see that everywhere, even in Belgium, we see it, but we see it everywhere. And it hurts the fabric of everything we've been doing. And I think there's a strong link with the slides that Johan has shown. So for me, there's a big challenge out there that requires major efforts in terms of adaptation, in terms of mitigation, but that plays out across policy fields, which somehow we fail to come to grip with. And I think this commission tried very courageously with the Green Deal to actually put in place a program that looks at all the policies that need to adjust to make Europe go low carbon, zero carbon by 2050. And I think that this is, for me, the biggest endeavor that we have. If we don't manage to tackle that, the way in which our planet will degrade the fundamentals of the way in which our societies function, I think is a big problem. Now, the second challenge is that because of geopolitics, probably we are worse structured than ever to handle these collective challenges. It struck me, again in the slides Johan showed, the very optimistic views, 2013, The Economist, and so on. There's a reason why that was so in 2013, because in those times we were still living with the idea of Fukuyama, the end of history, the whole global community marching onwards to liberal democracy and market economy. And I think that what we see today very clearly is that the world is no longer structured like that. We have what are no longer emerging powers. They have emerged. China, India, Brazil, Indonesia, they are taking their place, their rightful place, their historic place, in the way in which the world functions. And we therefore need to reinvent, to a certain extent, how we do that. And that's where I slightly disagree, Karsten, with you, since we want an interactive discussion. I don't think that Europe should have the illusion or the ambition of somehow guiding the rest of the world. Those times are behind us. We should be doing what we think is right and what should be done. But first, let's start doing our homework before guiding the others. And so, for me, these are the big issues that we face.
Do you think in the time that you have spent leading your partnerships internationally, you've managed to communicate that to your partners?
Oh, this is, I mean, it's the hardest thing to do is to change a mindset. And what we have been working on over the past years is actually changing that mindset, partially by doing things differently. But the way in which you engage with partners, your capacity to listen, your capacity to hear what they want, how they see their future, and then make the choice, do you want to partner on that or not, is then your choice. But that's a mind shift that is very difficult to operate. I mean, we all know it. Every year, the 1st of January, we make New Year's resolutions, and at the end of the year, we've only done very few of them. So changing your mindset and then acting upon it is hard to do. Have we changed the cursor over the past 5 years? I must say yes, and I think that with a number of things that we have done, Camilla has referred to Spotlight, but I would say Global Gateway, essentially, is really the way in which we try to shift our operating model, our business model, to look more at partners, what they see as their big challenges, what they really want from us, and then see whether we can deliver on that, yes or no.
I want to do a little bit more of a deep dive on the Global Gateway and how it can be progressed in the next commission as well. But if I can come back to you, Camilla, I think everyone's touched on this very delicately. I'll be a little bit more brutal. The Global South does not trust the UN. the Global South at this point does not trust the European Commission, the European Council, European governments, Washington, D.C. They don't trust anybody in the Western world. And at some point, it is because of the conflicts that have not featured. It is because of conflicts that are featuring a little bit too much and are extremely polarizing. And I'm referring to, of course, Gaza, but then the Sahel was ignored for a long time. Issues in other parts of the world, Afghanistan, the list goes on and on. You're talking about system change, which takes time in a place like the UN. How do we move forward even a little bit, make the needle move a little bit towards our 2030 goals with these 17 goals, if nobody trusts the institutions?
So I think that's where we come back to actually maintaining and making sure that the Sustainable Development Goals are strongly articulated and remain very visible in the language of the EU and other Western or industrialized countries, because that is where we meet in solidarity. It is a plan. It is the only collective plan, I have to say, at the moment, that we can all agree on in a very divisive world, and that has been signed by all UN member states. And it is very important that it's strongly reflected in also the Global Gateway. Kondus and I have had many conversations about this. And we're very happy to see that the EU is taking a 360 approach now, which also includes these enablers that will provide space for the SDGs. But I think the articulation is extremely important, because that's where the partner countries recognize themselves. That's where they recognize their interest, that we're meeting them at their playing field, that we are taking a starting point with them, and we're not, or partners are not coming in self-interest. I think that's going to be the hardest element of the rollout of Global Gateway and other plans, is to demonstrate that while, of course, there is always self-interest involved. I'm not being naive here, because it has to also work for those who come forward, but it has to be sold in a manner that will demonstrate a win-win situation. And for that, there we come back to Carsten's point, there is also a question of delivery. And that's not necessarily the EU, but it's broadly speaking on a global scale. Commitments have not been met. And I think that is one of the key agenda points for the Secretary General in the Summit of the Future coming now in September. One of the main elements in that discussion, and hopefully in the Pact for the Future, there will be strong commitments to make changes to the international financing system that Sandrine also mentioned this morning, that it is not designed to cater for or meet the needs of the most vulnerable. In fact, they have to go to the market and borrow money for 30% interest rate, whereas in most of the Western world, the interest rate is around 4 or 5. There's something wrong here. The other thing is representation. They're not represented in these bodies. They don't have any say into where the investments are going. So that absolutely is a key priority for the Secretary General at this meeting, and is also why he launched the Common Agenda, which is there to accelerate the SDGs. And a key aspect of this was to propose the Summit of the Future to set the reset button for one of the structural problems that is most urgent, and that is the financing system.
The financing system, I think that's a conversation also that requires a major deep dive, and I think we'll do that in the afternoon as well. Carsten, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, just that the issue about the trust crisis, the trust deficit. Yes, it's true, but there has to be nuances on that. OECD made a study with developing country decision makers. Who do you trust? And of course, if you want to do construction of a road from this year to the next, you go to the Chinese. But if you want to do something about governance, about systems, about structures, about your judiciary sector, you go to Western countries. So there is a more nuance than just no trust or trust. It's more compartmentalized now than it used to be. But I agree that what Camilla was mentioning about the international financial architecture is very much the center right now. A lot of developing countries borrowed a lot of cheap money when those money was available. Now interest rates are going up. Money markets are basically being tightened up. And countries are now forced to choose, and if they want to service their debt, maintain their credit rating, they have to suppress other kind of public investments or expenditures in health, education, and so on. And that is seen and is an unfair choice. So we do have a financial issue out there that we have that combined with market limitations and interest rates. And I think that is very much the key that we're going to have to address at the Financing for Development Conference next year. But it's not necessarily an ideological or a historical trust issue in that sense. It's very much linked to actual current, especially for middle-income countries, financial problems.
Financial problems and the promises that are made that, again, as you mentioned, don't get delivered on. If I can ask you, Guillaume, within the network and to everybody you speak with, what are the key trust breakers when it comes to all the issues some of these countries are dealing with? And also within Europe, we're seeing this lack of trust at this point. What are the 3 or 4 key problems that they point to within the network?
This is a great question, and look, the implementation of these goals is a very complex issue. So this issue of trust between global South, global North is of course a very complex issue. So I don't claim to have all the answers here, but let me say the following. So I mentioned it in my initial intervention. Right now, global progress on the SDGs. There's no global progress on the SDGs, and low-income, vulnerable countries are actually moving backwards. So there's no convergence happening. Overall, there's 16% we estimate of the targets that are on track. That doesn't mean that the goals were not a good idea. That doesn't mean that countries don't want to move forward, but there's a number of barriers. And I, of course, welcome the discussion on the financing side. Now, let's be honest. We won't make any progress on those goals without peace. Global diplomacy is global public economics these days. That's the bottom line. So I think, around the leadership of the EU, I think, being a force for peace everywhere is a prerequisite for making any progress on this agenda and supporting UN-based multilateralism. We just did a little exercise in the report this year where we estimated countries' support to UN-based multilateralism. Who are the countries that ratify the UN treaties, that pay their dues on time to the UN, that vote with the rest of the international community at UNGA, that participate in UN organizations? All of this, we track countries' commitments to this. And I think this is something that is in the DNA of the EU. When we look at the top 20 countries globally on the SDG index, 19 of them are from Europe, right? So I think the EU should be a force for peace, but also continue to speak and use the SDGs in public policies, in public discourse, and so on. I think the EU very quickly will also need to take a leadership role and be vocal around the need to continue this agenda beyond 2030. I think it was discussed also this morning. I invite everyone to take a look at the great article published yesterday in Nature around extending those goals to 2050 and possibly aligning the timeline with the Paris Climate Agreement. And this will come very quickly because we have the next Heads of State Summit on the SDGs in 2027. So I think very quickly the next Commission and EU leadership will need to play a role in the same way they played a leadership role before the adoption of the SDGs for the continuation of this agenda. Let me say a few more specific things around the building of the trust. I think we're in the era where we need long-term financing, access to long-term and affordable financing. And this is the real issue that low-income countries, lower middle-income countries are facing, because the bottom line is they don't have, the SDGs is largely an investment agenda. There is no access to the financing right now. Short maturities, very high interest rates, as Carson was rightly saying. By the way, I think there's a real question around credit rating agencies as well. Because I think this notion that we evaluate risk just on the basis of short-term liquidity risk is a big issue in a context where we need to achieve long-term goals. And by the way, there's long-term returns to achieving these SDGs, putting every kid at school, achieving universal healthcare coverage, right? But those are things that are not considered right now by credit rating agencies. I believe that the risk premium that is assigned to a lot of low-income and lower middle-income countries actually exceeds the actual risk. So here there's a real question there. Let me just emphasize a few additional things.
Very quickly, because
very quickly.
They're specific.
On a specific issue on financing, there's been, of course, a lot of discussions on adaptation, loss, and damage. for some of the small islands, developing states. This is a real issue of climate justice. Those are vulnerable states that have nothing to do, that didn't cause, the climate change. If my neighbor was negligent and sets my home on fire, it wouldn't cross my mind the next day to go beg him for a 10% interest rate loan to rebuild my home, right? So we need to put money into that loss and damage fund that was announced at COP last year. And I'll end with one specific note. Because we're talking global north, global south, since the September G20 India declaration, we now have the African Union as a member of the G20. In my mind, G20, 20 countries plus 1 equals 21. But we continue to talk about G20. The European Union is a member of the G20. There's 19 countries and the EU. When we decided to kicked out Russia from the G8, the G8 became G7. So this is a symbolic thing, but we continue to talk about G20. In my mind, we should really be talking about G21 these days to recognize the fact that we have added 1.4 billion people to the negotiations at the G20, which is a great thing.
I think language is very important, I think, when you're talking about the SDGs, and it's about how you make everyone sit on the table as you talk about partnership cones to make them feel like an equal participant in driving an agenda. I think we can all agree on that. The question is, if we are coming down to money and we are looking at these partners, and I go back to your conversation about the global gateways and how you're changing up your approach in how you're dealing with partners across the world. Can you give us some specific examples of what actually worked and what needs to continue and what didn't work and what should be changed in the next commission?
Oh, in the next commission, that's beyond my...
You're giving them ideas and advice.
That's for the next commission president
to
decide. No.
It's called your experience. I think we want it.
Look, I think, first, there is, of course, an issue on financing. That's obvious, the financing needs compared to the financing available, and especially the cost of finance. But I think at the same time that a lot is happening. There is a dynamic. If you look at the preparation of next year's Financing for Development conference, if I look at the kind of dynamic that Mia Motley created with the Bridgetown initiative, if I look at the 4 Ps agenda that came out of the Paris summit, if I look at the discussions taking place in the G21 on financing for development, you see, if you look at the work ongoing on MDB reform, the bigger bank, the better bank, and so on, a lot of things are moving. That's very clear. At the same time, when I look at some of the pledges that have been made, the famous 100 billion a year on climate, we have reached it actually last year. So a lot is happening. Is it enough and fast enough? Undoubtedly no, but there's more happening than what in general is being said. But that brings me to the real issue, which somehow we're trying to fix with Global Gateway and where we really see the challenges, which is it's not just about money. Subsequent question is, what do you do with that money? And what I find the most difficult and the most challenging is that it comes to deploying that money at a level of granularity that is really important. And that's where the partnership again comes in. We can pump money in funds as much as we want. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is what happens with that money on the ground in a specific country to do exactly what. And I'll give you one example under the Global Gateway. I find it it's a fascinating one. In the Caribbean, one of the big challenges they're facing now because of warming of the seas is sargassum. So you get these algae. They're a real problem because they're dirty. Many of these countries live by tourism, so it's not good, so it needs to be tackled. We've now been working with them. Actually, it was their idea. It was launched when we were preparing the EU CELAC summit on a big initiative that actually tackles sargassum and turns it into a benefit. So we're looking at using this algae for the production of bioenergy and so on. And how are we doing that? Because, again, easier said than done. we are mobilizing a whole series of European private sector companies together with export credit agencies, together with development finance institutions, together with grant funding. We match that up locally, and we're now starting to see what kind of investments can we do that actually turn what is a problem into something that is an opportunity. Now, again, it's detailed, granular work to bring all these players together, to design exactly what needs to be done, by whom, by when. And I think that this, for me, and this is what we see across many of our most impactful global gateway projects, is they are being delivered by a whole set of actors, private sector, banks, export credit agencies, and so on. And you need to design exactly what you want to do together with the partner country in detail. And we're not used to doing that. It's a complexity, it's a puzzle, and all the pieces of the puzzle need to fit. If one isn't there, I mean, it's like you cut one of these legs, the chair will fall. So you need to line all of that up in a consistent manner together with your partners. And I think that that's a whole new line of business, which we are now discovering through Global Gateway, together with our Team Europe partners, our member states, their banks, their private sector, and with our partner countries. And the best impacts we have are the ones where we have succeeded in getting that equation right.
Getting that equation right also takes mindset change. That means, to Karsten's point of going into difficult spaces and having conversations with countries that we, in Brussels, for example, may not be willing to have a conversation with. So is that what's required when you talk about system change, Camille, when we're looking at volatility now being the norm, competition being in every space, China building roads and infrastructure in Africa. So how do we partner with them? Do we need to change up some of the rules and regulations that we have of going into places where actors that we don't particularly like or get along with are already there, to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind because we don't agree with their politics?
Let me just say something on what Kun just said on the changes that we're seeing in the financial architecture and the efforts to find reform initiatives, and on the credit rating agencies, because Guillaume is absolutely right. These are also part of the puzzle, and the UN has also engaged in an intensive discussion with them in making them see how they need to change their conditions. It's not so much, it's true that things are happening. The question is, are they happening fast enough before the global south, in lack of a better term, grows impatient and we see a fragmentation of the international system? And there is still an opening and a sort of limited timeline in which there will be room for reform, and we can change it and still push some of the agendas that are framed by the SDGs.
Do you believe we have time for?
No, we do not have much time. That's my point. Yeah. My point is we do not have much time, so it has to happen at a faster rate than we're seeing now. So that's one thing. On your other point, this is exactly where we have also another discussion with our partners. Is, as UN, we would like, especially the EU, to remain engaged, even if it's a difficult partner. Because if you disengage completely, you lose any form of influence or mode of conversation that can redirect the direction for these countries. And this is where the EU, we're very adamant that the EU continues with the investment in the soft powers, because that is where the EU has been attractive historically as a partner. Infrastructure programs, etc. Yes, they're also very important, but there are partners there that are both bigger and more ambitious than the EU is. So it's very important that the EU maintains this element of engaging on governance, on social protection, and prevention overall. And this also should happen in countries with unconstitutional governments or complex emergencies, etc., because without that voice, we will lose the direction. And as Enrico Giovannini said, why not wanting to promote the SDG model as it is built on the European idea? This is the model that we would want to have the EU promote and export vigilantly with the whole of government approach that Kun also was referring to, the complexity of it, because it is really complex. And that's what we saw in the Spotlight Initiative, which was just one because the UN and the EU partnered here, but also in these very complicated, bigger investment programs where you need so many players involved to make the real and lasting impact. So patience, perseverance, but also acceleration. I mean, and not seeing as a cost. It is an investment in our future. We talk about cost. The real cost here is the continued subsidies for the fossil fuels sector. We have seen an increase of 2 trillion since 2022, up to 7 trillion now, which is really the lost opportunity rather than the future investment in the SDGs.
Well, if any of the fossil fuel companies were here since the morning, they'd know that there's a whole room that wants to do windfall taxes on them, and they'd be running very far and fast, Carsten.
No, I just, Kohn came with a really good example of what you can do if you put money and capacity and ideas together and actually assist countries developing. So that's the core of this matter. What can we do with our development assistance? And of course, it's in the bigger things combination, it's not that much money. It's 0.2% of the global economy that we have as ODA, $224 billion. Europe's share is less than 100 billion of ODA. But we can get a lot out of that. And I think what's important here is that I agree with Kohn that it's not only about money, but it's also about money. And so my concern would very much be that if we loosen up the 0.7% target, the concept of ODA is very much linked to Europe. And Europe is the bearer of that. And if Europe somehow loses the grip and no longer support mobilization of ODA from taxpayers to help other countries on humanitarian assistance or on climate or on development, then that notion of actually assisting other countries would somehow wane. And I think so we really need Europe there. And I think that for me is, again, coming back to what's going on in Commission and in Parliament right now. That's where we need a European commitment, European also ambition to carry that agenda.
May I ask you, what are you seeing at the OECD in terms of the kind of rhetoric? Because I understand you want Europe to lead, but I think the elections very clearly show us that there is a massive pushback on wanting to help anyone else. There is populism that has grown and has found root in places that surprised us. It is overturning certain governments that were not expected to.
But what you need is basically a discussion with voters, with people in Europe, about that it's not enough to be very, very parochial. It's not enough to be short-sighted or short-termed. You cannot just put policies together that addresses only one or two issues, and you cannot do it in just the next decade. You have to have a more global vision about what the one Earth, how do we connect all the dots. You need to be looking further than just Russia and Russian aggression. And then right now we're asking European taxpayers to do a lot. We ask them to build up military support in order military capacities and capabilities in order to counter Russian threat that is real. And that is an agenda that's going to stay there. But on top of that, we also have to ask European taxpayers to come and shoulder the responsibilities they have for the rest of the world, short term and long term. And I think that is a kind of a discussion that we need to have, a mature discussion that we need to have. And that doesn't matter who is the Parliament, who is the Commission. It's the facts of life. And it would be short-selling our children and grandchildren if we fail to do that. I have grandchildren that will all live, hopefully, statistically, until the next end of the first century, 2100. All our climate change statistics stops there. 2.5 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees at 2100. But my grandchildren will still be alive at that point. So even if I'm not, and I'm quite sure of that,
you never know, cryogenics.
The future is here, basically. And I think 2030, 2040, 2050, 2100, the future is here. And the decisions we need to take now have to be informed by a broader worldview than just the short term and the regional.
Short term and regional, but these crises are here to stay. And if I can quote another bit of Professor Swinnen's slide, what I noticed very clearly was peace building that seemed to feature. And you've mentioned it, Guillaume, as well. If I can quickly ask both of you, when it comes to, and forget about Russia and Ukraine for a second, because I think that for the last 2 years we've been going on and on about it. We've also got an example right here at home, just across the border in Mali. We didn't pay attention to it. We can't go in there. We're not welcome there now as Europe. Where are the lessons from that we can take, saying this is what we need to explain to people in Europe, because you have populists saying we don't want to give money to another country, but we should have been there. We should have continued to be there because influence there has changed, and you are going to see people migrate, causing another, couple of the SDGs to be touched. What were the learning curves there? From just take Mali for an example.
Well, if I had the answer, I think...
No, just an idea of what you think we could have done different.
Look, I think we are still learning, because honestly, I think for a very, very long time, we have been supporting Mali very strongly. We have been supporting the Mali people very strongly through plenty of development programs from us and our member states. The French had Opération Barkhane. There are 50 French citizens who have died to support Mali in the fight against Islamists. So I think it's very hard to understand why suddenly we have been considered as those who have left those countries behind. Honestly, we have not. And so understanding...
I didn't mean to put you in a position. I just wanted to understand what could be different.
But clearly something was not right. And so the question still is, what was not right? What have we gotten wrong in our partnership with Mali that made us end up, notwithstanding everything we've tried to do, and we try to do well, apparently it hasn't been done the right way, or it wasn't the right thing. So what is it? We're making that analysis now on Mali, just as we're making it on Burkina Faso, and we're making it on Niger. And one of the first conclusions is that actually the three cases are, we always put them together, but they're actually very, very different, and we've probably lost each of them for kind of different reasons. The question now is, how do we now go about it? We have remained present in those countries. We're no longer working through the governments, because making taxpayers' money channel through governments run by military juntas is probably a line too far. But we have remained very present on the ground through programs which we implement with local authorities, with CSOs and so on, so providing basic services to the population. That's fine, but it's not good enough. And so the real reflection we are having now is, where do we go next? Because as we know, as they say in French, quand tous les dégoûtés s'en vont, il n'y a que les dégoûtants qui restent. And so leaving that gap for the others is not the right thing. So what could be an approach to reconstruct engagement and dialogue in those politically estranged contexts, as we now call it? It's still an open question, but we are working on it. But I don't want to jump the gun here, because it's really sensitive and complex work we're doing to really understand better what went wrong, where are we now, and where do we want to go.
And I appreciate that honesty, because introspection is really important when we're talking about system changes, and to Guillaume's point of all that must be done to actually address the issues, and language and introspection seems to be key to it. I'm going to open this up for questions, and if I could invite Professor Swinnen up onto stage, please, to start to be part of this conversation. May I open it up for questions to all of you? Who would like to go first? You know the drill. Mr. Khattabi, can we get a mic out in the front, please?
Thank you very much for a very interesting conversation. Most of the money in the world is not in public hands. So there is an explicit need to engage the private sector in interesting, efficient, and sensible public-private partnerships across the world, and particularly in the global south. How do you see this happening in order to support an SDG stimulus and not something else?
Phoebe, who were you addressing that question to?
I think everybody can answer.
Right. Very quick round robin.
Okay.
Go for it.
No, I think that you're right. We cannot do anything without the private sector. But again, you can use public money. You can use ODA to do a lot on that. You can, for instance, we have now work on, for instance, on local currency risks. We have work on global sustainability bonds. We have work on blended finance. We have work on institutions and capacity. How do you create the system, the enabling environment that can allow the private sector to thrive? We have half of the DAC members have development finance institutions that can also co-invest with companies and loan to companies. So there's a lot of mobilization of private sector done through ODA. But at the end, of course, we have to rely very much on the international development banks and their ability to raise. But there's no doubt that private sector involvement and engagement will be key to driving the SDGs.
Mela?
Well, the other thing is that with firm legislation, as the EU has also put in place for over the last 4 to 5 years on the Green Deal, I think investors, they want predictable legislation, predictable future investment markets. And I think that's one thing that certainly governments and public sector can do to attract the financing. And as we also saw from Sandrine's presentation earlier, there are major movements within the private sector to redirect their investments towards more sustainable investments. And here, I mean, the SDGs, if you look at it, presented as your future market, it's a marketplace. You've identified all the needs with all the problems that are identified there. Then the private sector can come in and use it as a strategic tool to identify what are the solutions that I need to, or I can put in the market and earn money on, but obviously in a more sustainable manner. And there are many examples, especially in Europe, that the UN has been cooperating with as well, of private sector companies who use the SDG framework as a strategic direction for their business model. So it's not impossible. You can translate many of these things into business language. I think that's, and the strength of the SDGs is also precisely that we got a common language, which is why also as public servants, and the UN in particular, obviously, we have to maintain the language. We have to make it prevail in every text we have, including in the brief for the next commission. Sorry. So that remains the stronghold, I think, of the conversation. Because this is something that the private sector understands now. So let's not throw it out with the bathwater. It's not that they've gone tired or anything. It is still the most convincing plan we have. And it's not time to give up on it now that we are starting going. But of course, it has taken more time than we initially planned.
Anybody else have an input on this?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. Hello, Phoebe. A few points. So one thing on the financing side, of course, that we've seen emerging throughout the years are those thematic bonds to mobilize private financing, all colors, blue, green, SDG bonds, sustainability linked, and so on. We have a good example with a country like Benin, for instance, that issued an SDG bond back in 2021, and that was a way for them to attract funding over a longer period of time, over longer maturity, 12.5 years, and with a greenium. So it seems like when you decide to structure a sovereign financing tool around the SDGs, at least the market reaction in this case was quite positive. We can discuss the reasons for this, but anyway, so there are those tools now. They are not the silver bullet because I think 70% of the issuers of this are rated A- and above. So this is a tool for countries that already have relatively good credit ratings. But the point here, and just to go back to what was said before, what we're trying to do at SDSN, the core of our work is to build local capacities for long-term pathways that are then backed by the financing. So of course there's a governance, there's a strategy, there's a long-term planning question, but that's what we try to build at SDSN to connect the pathways with it. Then there's the credit ratings question. Could we think about a system that also rewards countries' commitments to investing into this agenda? We have 193 UN member states, 188 today, and this is success, by the way, have submitted a voluntary national review to the United Nations. 5 countries have not. 2 will submit in principle this year, Yemen and South Sudan. The 3 countries that never did it are Haiti, Myanmar, and United States of America. There's a question, by the way, in Europe around also still profit shifting, tax havens, financial secrecy as well. You know, that might undermine the capacity of other countries to mobilize resources to invest into the SDGs. I think I'll stop here.
If I can pick up on that and pick up on Professor Kanduri's point as well and add a little element to both of you. You also, as Guillaume nicely mentioned, have the United States where there's been a pushback. And we're talking about money, let's talk about finance, let's talk about ESG. Nobody wants to talk about ESG in New York. Wall Street does not want to talk about ESG anymore. Banks are starting to roll it back because they assume governments are changing in November in DC. Things will change here as well. I'm not going to ask you to comment on government changes, but I am going to ask you about if finance is so important, commitments were made to the original point that Carsten made. Back in Glasgow, I remember these commitments and having a little giggle on the side, going, let's see if this ever happens. What do we do to bring the financing Guillaume is talking about to the countries that have to now fight 20 layers of issues? And now let's add the third one saying, maybe the financial markets are just not interested anymore either. How do we deal with that problem when we're doing 17 and saying, we've got to get Europe to keep pushing the language and the UN to keep at it because the UN has to? If I can put that very difficult question to you.
Well, I'm not sure the financial markets are no longer interested. But again, I mean,
interest is waning.
I always come back to the point, we can't be lazy. We have to do our homework. We spent 1.5 years working with a high-level expert group on sustainable finance. They produced their report 2 months ago, was handed over to my commissioner and the IMF managing director, Georgieva, and we will present it again in Brazil at the G20. We worked with them, with experts from Latin America, Africa, Asia, from investment banks, pension funds, development banks, and so on, to actually look precisely at the question you asked, is what needs to be done to actually mobilize more funding that sits in pension funds, is managed by asset managers, and so on, to actually fund investments in our partner countries. And what came out of this work of more than 1 year was actually a quite nuanced, but also very concrete set of recommendations that all fit together. You can't just do one thing. You actually need to do a whole series of them. It's an independent experts report, which is now on the table of the Commission. And we requested it. Why? Because we will be working under the new Commission on a strategy for sustainable finance towards emerging markets and developing economies. So what comes out of the report is clearly that there is real potential, but there are a number of things you can do. I'm not going to sum up the summary of the report. I just make some publicity for it. It's online and it's really a solid one. Just a word on the credit rating agencies, because this was one of the topics that obviously was discussed by the high-level expert group, and actually they couldn't agree. Because on the one hand, part of them said, look, there is a problem, and no doubt they could be a bit more forward-leaning in taking a more long-term perspective. The typical example is, why would you put money in an old, aging country with a high indebtedness like Japan and charge less than what you would do for a clearly, I mean, for an emerging active country like Benin with a lot of young people. So there was an issue out there, but the fear at the same time is that at the end of the day, when asset managers or pension funds allocate their money, a key question they ask is, am I going to get my money back within a reasonable time frame and what's the risk I run. And therefore, if you tweak, let's say, somehow the methodology of the credit rating agencies, I am pretty sure, I mean, that's what the group said, that there will an alternative emerge that will be as strict as the credit rating agencies are here today. So there is work that needs to be done, but it's not as simple as to say the CRAs need to review their methodology, because it's that's not the alpha and the omega of the question we're trying to solve.
I think Enrico had a question.
Can I add something?
Yes, of course. If you can get
just
the mic to him.
Linking the private sector issue with maybe complementary to what other people have said here. You know, if you look at, for example, agriculture now gets 3% of the climate financing, okay, while it is responsible for, I mean, the food system as a whole, somewhere between a quarter and a third of the greenhouse gas emission, right? And so there's one big issue is aggregation. So if you look at the farmer's need for investment in whatever thing, and then you compare that to the supply side, which is in Wall Street or whatever it is, I mean, it just doesn't match, right? So you have to make something work in the middle to bring them together. And so one of the things I think, and that brings me back to the issue of the private sector, I mean, 70% of agricultural finance is value chain financing, okay? It's through contracting to forward arrangements, etc. And so there, if you look at concentration and aggregation, much higher if you think on the processing, the trading, and whatever. And so I think we have to think much more innovative, entrepreneurial in bringing that part of the value chain or the food system in order to make these linkages work. And I think it has worked on things. If you think, for example, our food safety, we introduced a whole new food safety system in Europe around 2000, okay? That has been transmitted through the value chains to the producer level. So why can't we do this with sustainability arrangements as well?
On that note.
Let me link my comment and question to the last point. First of all, let me say that global gateway is a very bad language. I mean, not really building on the focus of this commission, that last commission on sustainable development, because it's very close to Belt and Silk Road. Is another, you see, road to what? A gateway to what? To where? And Article 3 of the treaty says that Europe contributes to the sustainable development of the world. So I would have liked to see this message much stronger than what I saw so far. Two questions. First, at the last G7 last week in Italy, there was a strong language about investments in Africa, especially from the United States. And of course, if we get Africa wrong in terms of sustainable development, the game is over. Do you see a difference here? And from this perspective, shouldn't we think to play a much bigger role in Europe, as Europe, from a money point of view? And last remark, question. When you build a cooperation with a government, do you try to convince them also to adopt a whole-of-government approach to sustainable development? Thank you.
I think that was aimed for you, Kun. And you get the final word, because we're way over time.
Look, on Global Gateway in the name, actually, I think the biggest challenge of Global Gateway as a name is that you can't translate it. We've tried to turn our head around it and how to translate it in Spanish, in Portuguese, in French. We just fail. It is driven by sustainable development at its DNA. That's how we design the projects we roll out. We didn't want to add it. I mean, it sometimes makes me ill when I see these documents that we produce. Each and every substantive now needs to have added sustainable and inclusive. I mean, we use it so much that it becomes void of meaning. But just to reassure you, on the content of it, that's exactly what we are doing. Africa, I mean, it is collectively for Europe, for Team Europe, for us and our member states, it is the geographical space on Earth where we spend most of our ODA. ODA is going down in Latin America, in Asia Pac, and so on. The bulk of our money really goes to Africa. And we are by far the biggest provider of grant money, ODA, to Africa. Likewise, our development finance institutions, if you look at what KfW, AFD, and so on are doing, the EIB, in Africa, we are by far also the biggest development bank actor on the African continent, bigger than the World Bank. So there is massive exposure, and if we look then at the rollout of Global Gateway, it is global. So we are doing it in Central Asia, in South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Pacific, the Caribbean, Latin America, but a lot is happening in Africa. In Africa, it takes a bit more time to structure some of the bigger deals, but if I look at what we're doing on green hydrogen, on agricultural development in countries like Nigeria, on the famous Lobito corridor in Angola. I mean, there's a lot, or what we're doing on renewable energy in Kenya. There is a lot that is happening. And we're doing that indeed, partially together with the Americans, partially just as Team Europe, and there, especially with Italy now, with the Piano Mattei being really mobilized on it, we actually see us growing stronger and stronger on the African continent through Global Gateway, including by mobilizing our private sector.
I'm going to come back to a clear point because we're definitely out of time. So if I can end again on hope and the fact that, well, I would look at renaming it as well, and that's as a communications person. At some point, we need to also be cognizant of the stuff that's happening around us. There will be setbacks. I'm going to borrow from you, Professor Swennen, about volatility is now a new reality. So one thing everyone can do when they go back to their respective organizations to make sure that our language is clear, is consistent globally. I know you find sustainability sometimes a little off repetitive, but maybe that's a language issue at this point as well. What is the one thing everyone in their varied organizations can do for the next year to keep our goals on track? Carsten, can I start with you? One sentence.
I think that for me, very much to maintain the support for official development assistance. This is a strong, as I said, stronghold in Europe, and we need European buy-in and leadership on that. I think can we maintain that? It's not this total solution to all problems in the world, but it's an important catalyst to deal with a number of issues that we've been talking about. So we need to maintain and increase the support for that. And I think that for me is the main message for my constituency back in Paris, that buy-in, that support, that commitment to ODA needs to remain, needs to be rebuilt, not the other way around.
Got it. Camilla?
Well, I would go back to the big P, partnerships, especially in these times of increasing geopolitics and polarization, as we've seen, where the risks and the temptations for pursuing a self-interest is very high and very, likely for some we've seen around the world. So here we will need a strong EU to stay the course and be the example, to invest as you've done already and continue investment with a model, but also with the financing, and to rebuild back trust. And I just want to quote somebody from a study that was made in 2020, which was called Chain Point Analysis of Historical Battle Deaths. I don't quite understand the that part of the title, but in explaining their findings, it had shown a shift towards greater level of peace over the past 30 years, and I quote, may be due to peacekeeping work by global organizations like the UN and increased collaboration and cooperation between nations. And here I think the EU is the model and should persevere in doing so, and you definitely have the UN as a partner here.
That's good to know that the partnership continues strongly. Guillaume, if I can ask you for one sentence, because now I'm going to hold you guys to it. One thing that people in this room can do when they go back, and remember, this is a room not just full of EU folk, but there are also civil society and private sector folks here as well.
Yeah, there's 2 quick points. One is, I think those that care about the SDG community should be the biggest advocates for negotiated peace everywhere. ODA has been mentioned, and of course we have Carsten here. We did a little exercise. I think between 2015 and 2023, the number of countries out of the DAC that have achieved their ODA target is stable. the number of countries that have achieved their military target, 2% of NATO, has almost doubled over the same period of time. So there are trade-offs. That's point number one. Point number two, I do think on hope, because you were mentioning hope, I do think we have actually a window of opportunity over the next 18 months to 2 years. We've got a G21 presidency of Brazil these days, followed by South Africa. I actually think these days the G21 is a very relevant fora, possibly more than the G7.
Everybody's making
I'm almost
speeches.
done. I'm almost done.
Good.
Then we have the COP29 in Baku, which will be followed by a very important COP30 in Brazil. Historically, big conference happening in Brazil do lead to major results, including after Rio Plus 20, actually the creation of the SDSN. We were created after Rio Plus 20. And then finally, for Europeans, we have the Financing for Development, the 4th conference coming up in Madrid in Europe, right? So I think we have, we shouldn't miss that chance because we have an 18 to 2 years window of opportunity.
So turn up and talk.
And of course, the Summit of the Future, but I mentioned it already.
I think Summit of the
Camilla.
Future has been mentioned now so much that it's on everyone's diaries. So, Koen, if I can get one sentence from you, and then final word is yours, Professor Swinnen.
No, I think we will all need to keep making the point of the importance of remaining open in this world. I think we're in times where we tend to close in, and we need to remain open. I hope to see that certainly in the mandate of the next Commission, building on what we've done, international partnerships, global gateway at the heart of it. But I think the key message is remain open in times where basically we're all closing in on ourselves.
Thank you. That was perfect.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a different, or I come from my organization a bit differently, of course. But, I think we should take our partners in the South really serious in engaging in ideas. I mean, I was in India a couple of months ago and I met with the director of the largest ag research organization. His budget is larger than ours and we're a global organization. And he told me, what can you tell us we don't know yet? We're in 2024. We're no longer in 1980 or something like that. And I think that holds generally. I mean, we have to work very closely with them and see them as a partner really in terms of that.
See them as a partner, love introspection, question everything, and remember to keep talking and yelling and saying exactly what you want to achieve in your organizations. On that note, please give them a round of applause. Thank you all very, very much. And it's time for a very short coffee break. And like the wonderful audience you are, you will be back on time. I'm not worried. We'll see you soon. Hi, everyone. So I think we established in our last session that despite all the setbacks, it really does come down to the question of money. It's always about the money. When I started in journalism, let's just say a couple of years ago, no matter the story, my rule of thumb used to always be, it was set by my grandfather, who was a newspaper editor, and he always said, follow the money. Started my career with that, continued with that. And follow the money is a really, really good theme. So this afternoon, we're going to do exactly that. Since everyone has touched on the money and the economics of the money, we're going to do a deep dive into it before we end the sessions. Let's talk about the experience of the integration, international and European policy making with the budgetary frameworks, all the rest of it. Our kickoff speaker this afternoon is pretty much a pioneer in innovative, human-centric, interdisciplinary systems for the sustainable interaction between nature, society, and the economy. She is in the Stanford University's list of top 2% of world scientists. Phoebe Kondori is the professor at the School of Economics, director at Research Laboratory at the Athens University of Economics and Business, and along with many, many other roles, she's also the chair at the UN SDSN Global Climate Hub, which aims to provide science-based recommendations for combating the climate crisis and preventing further deterioration. So I can't think of someone better to kick off this conversation. Phoebe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the generous introduction. I'm gonna repeat many things that you've said, and I'm gonna argue that we need detailed pathways for implementation, which we don't have yet. So we all talked about the multi-crisis. We know that we are in a difficult position where growth rates are low, we have inflationary pressures, there are shrinking fiscal spaces, and on top of these economic difficulties, we have climate crisis, we have the biodiversity collapse, we have geopolitical pressures, increasing inequality within countries and between the global north and the global south. We have population pressures. And all this we've decided to solve within the framework of the SDGs. So a very holistic, integrated framework, 17 goals, 169 targets, many KPIs to measure all these targets, and be explicit about this not being an environmental agenda, but an agenda that includes 4 nature-related targets, 8 society-related targets, another 4 economic-related targets, and of course the partnerships for the goals. Now, in order to escape the multi-crisis and go to the SDGs, you need a pathway. So let's figure out how we can build this pathway. I lead the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on IFORIA. IFORIA means sustainability, and it's currently the biggest group of research institutions, innovation accelerators, science-based interaction between the different stakeholder institutions, and as well involvement by many prestigious academies and scientific associations. And our thematic priorities are SDG measurement and sustainable finance, sustainable pathways to climate neutrality and resilience, sustainable blue economy, sustainable water, food, energy, and biodiversity nexus, and of course the whole issue of innovation acceleration combined with upskilling and reskilling in order to acquire the capacity to implement. But to implement what? Okay, we have the policy framework. We have the global one, which is the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. We have continental ones, it's not just Europe, but here I am summarizing the European one, and we all know the European Green Deal, we know the climate law, we know the taxonomy, the EU taxonomy, we know the Fit for 55, we have the Repower EU in 2022, the digital and industrial policies of EU that are focused on the green and digital transition. So this is a very holistic framework. And it's, I would say, the leadership transposition of the SDGs into something that you can actually implement. And you can see that there is a very strong connection between the SDGs and all these policies. In a recently published Nature article, we show with AI deep neural networks the connection between the SDGs and the whole European policy framework, and it is very, very close. Although the European policy framework has a firm focus on everything that has to do with sustainable use of natural resources, decarbonization, industrial decarbonization, but is weak in terms of social cohesion policies. And that way, the SDGs are important. It is important to give them a leadership role in the semester process and in the continuation of the crafting of the European policies. In order to create pathways, you need some ingredients. The first one is to know where you are. And that's the excellent work that Guillaume and SDSN are doing, and we are helping with that. We measure the implementation, the level of implementation of the SDGs across all the countries in the world. This is yesterday's report and showcases how well we are doing with regards to implementing the SDGs. Red is stagnation. Orange is improvement, but huge challenges remaining. Yellow is improvement with fewer challenges. There is no yellow. And green is achieving the goals. We are lagging behind globally. And actually, in the previous report, it was shown that the pace of implementation of the SDGs, which is the blue line, and the dotted blue line, the projection of this pace is far beyond of what we need in order to get the SDGs implemented in 2030, which is shown by the dotted green line. So we need to increase our pace. Do we have sustainable systems? If we look at the environmental systems, the food system, the climate system, the land use system, the marine use system, no. You see how much red you have on all these graphs that I'm showing across the world. And this is not just the global picture that is seriously lagging behind, it's also the European picture that is seriously lagging behind. And this is the detailed report on Europe that we published in 2024. And this is how Europe performs. Hope gives wherever you see an arrow of green going up, it means that we are set to meet the goal by 2030. It is important to have the global, where we are, measurement. It is important to have the European measurement of where we are. It is important to downscale within countries. You can see there Belgium. And let me tell you that you can go on the web and look into these reports, look at the data, the KPIs, the measurements, the models that do the projections. So not only we do the country level, but we also go beyond the country and we do regions within the country. And not only that, we can also identify how international trade flows affects the implementation of the SDGs and how our policies, for example, the European deforestation policy, is affecting what is happening with regards to deforestation in Brazil, which supports basically a big amount of agricultural goods that are consumed outside Brazil. So you can see the footprint in SDG measurement of international trade. And not only that, you can go beyond the global, the continent, the country, the sub-national level, including the footprint of international trade flows along the value chain of each and every product that is internationally traded. You can also identify the footprint of each and every company and institution. We have created a spin-off, it's called Euphoria Metrics, that allows you in a three-step approach to actually measure where you stand against the ESGs that are supported by the Corporate Sustainability Directive within the EU taxonomy, but at the same time identify the footprint of each segment of the value chain of a company, and it could be a global value chain, in order to understand how they perform against the SDGs. And you can do that for each and every company, and you can do that for each and every institution you have, if you have the measurement, the structures, the tools that we have developed. And not only that, you can also identify portfolios in the stock markets that allow you to hedge against each and every SDG, and then identify the performance of those. I will come back to that. So the important thing is that we can measure where we are. What's the next step? Well, the next step is to actually figure out in detail the pathways that you need to implement at different nations, at different subnational levels, in order to get to the full implementation of the SDGs. And you can decide whether you are gonna work towards 2030 or towards 2050. My suggestion is 2050, which is doable, and it can also align global policies. It is important. Let me showcase how we do that very quickly in the Global Climate Hub. It was launched to create detailed, implementable, integrated, holistic, SDG-based pathways for the transition of each and every country in the world from where they are now to climate neutrality and climate resilience. And this is an interview where it was announced in Science as well, in Nature journal as well. Now, here is what we do here. We know that SDGs is a holistic agenda. No SDG can be implemented without the other SDGs being implemented as well. So in order to figure out what needs to be done in each and every country, and you can decide on the scale of your analysis, you need to downscale climate pathways, first unit. You need to derive the energy and transport system pathways. This is an analytical model. You need to derive the land and marine use system pathways. And you need to integrate all these pathways into the socioeconomic system pathways. And then once you integrated all this, you have the interdisciplinary mathematical modeling that gives you the time pathways for each and every one of your systems and the solutions that need to be implemented in each and every one of your systems that are integrated between the systems in order to actually achieve sustainability and resilience. And once you have these solutions, you don't just go and implement. You go in a transdisciplinary approach and you speak to all the stakeholders. You co-design, you refine according to the needs, experiences, and local information. This is crucial. Without co-designing, you cannot really get anything implemented. And you integrate in that innovation and acceleration of those innovations. And we're not talking only about technological innovation, we're talking about technological, social, fiscal, financial, and governance innovation. And crucially, in order to get the co-designers dance with you, in order to get all other stakeholders engaged, you need to seriously invest in upskilling and reskilling. Nobody is gonna be engaged without truly having the skills and capacity to be part of the labor force that is gonna implement the solutions. And then you bring everything into a platform and digital applications very quickly. This is the energy model for Europe until 2050 that identifies not only the optimal mixture of energy sources that should be used in every country, but also the green corridors that are efficient to get you to implementing the Fit for 55 in 2030 and the climate neutrality 2050 in the cost minimizing way across Europe, including the hydrogen corridors. And this is a very systemic approach. Then we work on marine use and land use integrated system. Again, this showcases how each and every country can implement food security, biodiversity goals, and climate goals into a pathway that is implementable. Then you have the socioeconomic systems. Very quickly, what we have built is an AI-based infrastructure that allows you to monetize not just the accounting capital, not just the human capital, but also the natural and cultural capital. And it is important to monetize this according to local circumstances and put it in your national accounts in order to really go beyond the GDP. You need measurements and you need tools that allow the policymakers and the financial sector and the business sector to use in order to have this monetization. It's not something that will happen without this tool. And of course, what is important is to be innovative fiscally. If you have some fiscal space, you implement the climate policies, but you also make sure that you mitigate regressive effects for the vulnerable. And we show that in a general equilibrium analysis that it's doable to implement in Europe the climate policies and at the same time create a package of measures, fiscal measures that allows mitigating regressive effects on the vulnerable and at the same time increasing GDP, increasing job positions and increasing equity across Europe. Beyond Europe, we've talked about revising the global financial architecture. I am a science advisor to G21 for Brazil. This is something that we are trying to do. Also within the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, there is this big project on the reform of global financial architecture. And of course, as we talked before, it is about tackling debt. It is about giving long-run loans. It is about giving low interest rates for those loans, and it is about creating an SDG explicit stimulus, obviously starting with education, and we can come back during the discussion. What I also wanted to say is that private money is a big part of the picture, like we discussed before, clever public-private partnerships, but also the understanding that SDG compatibility and ESG compatibility beats the markets. This is a factor mimicking portfolio that allows you, we've done the analysis with 97% of global capital, of global market capitalization, and it shows that SDG compatible portfolio are high return, and actually SDG portfolio beat the market across time. I'm closing by reintroducing the importance of co-design. Nobody will implement anything that he was not part of the design. And this has to be done at the local level, and it has to be done with explicit methodologies that allow a voice to everybody. But this voice will actually be there, and it will matter not only if you integrate innovative solutions, but also if you allow them the capacity to be part of the co-design. We presented at the last COP a report that showcases that 85% of the skills that are needed for the green and digital transformation of Europe are not yet there. This report basically integrated, it's an AI report that integrated all the existing policies of Europe, everything. And of course, you know that the policy, the green and digital transition of Europe has been made explicit in the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Plan. And we know that Europe wants to decarbonize, be a circular economy, protect and restore biodiversity, strengthen sustainable mobility, and with regards to digital, it wants to improve connectivity, help deploy digital skills, deploy cutting-edge technologies, and improve cybersecurity. This is what we funded at the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and basically this is what showcases what are the jobs and skills of the future. And what we show in this report is that if we put all the policies of Europe in one table, we created the skills and occupations that are needed in order to implement these policies by 2030. And we also showcase, and I'm finishing, that 85% of what is needed is not there. So what we need is serious investment in revising curricula at universities, but also within the current labor force, what we need is a serious investment in upskilling and reskilling. And there are many entities that do that, but we need governments to come in with an explicit plan in each and every country to identify the competitive advantage of that country and to identify within an SDG stimulus what are the big projects, the big missions that the country will implement. This is the AI infrastructure behind the Global Climate Hub. It gathers, aggregates, visualizes information and data, geospatial and socioeconomic. Then it has all the models that you need for the different systems to simulate, then integrate the models and then create tools, solutions, visualizations, storytelling that enable the engagement of the stakeholders. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you so much, Professor Kondori. Right, I think the stage has been quite set. There's a lot of challenges that we have to get through in a short amount of time. So we're going to keep this quite focused. If I can ask and request my wonderful panel to join me on stage. Irene Tinagli is the member of the European Parliament and chair of the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee. Please take the first seat. Mark Bowman is vice president of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and Policy and Partnership. If I can ask you to take that seat. Martin Verwe is Director General at the European Commission's Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs, or DG ECFIN, as we like to know them, right here. And Delphine Morales, Chief Executive Officer at PHILIA, which is Philanthropy Europe Association, and the President also of the Board of Directors of Enabel, which is, of course, the Belgian Development Agency. Thank you all very much for joining us. Somehow we managed to do a gender separation again. It was, again, not planned. I just thought it might be better than everyone crossing over. Thank you very much, Phoebe, for laying out the groundwork. So let's start off the conversation. We have 30 minutes of talk time here and then 20 minutes with our audience on how you think we need to, how it's going and what needs to change in integrating the SDGs into our economic planning, into our partnerships with the private sector, with civil society, but mainly how do we get the money to make this at least some dent by 2030. Who'd like to start? Mark, should we start with you? Let's go to the bank for money.
Thank you very much, and very happy to start. And let me kick off by just kind of talking about the EBRD, what we do, and how we kind of.
You might want to hold the mic a little bit closer to you.
Yeah.
We've been having trouble.
How we align with the SDGs. The EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and we have a very specific mandate. We have a mandate to support countries to transition to sustainable market-based economies. We work predominantly with the private sector, so 75% of our investments are with the private sector, and our focus and our kind of frame of reference is on transition impact. We define that in terms of 6 transition qualities, things that we think are integral to a well-functioning sustainable market economy. So economies being competitive, being green, being well governed, being inclusive, being integrated, and being resilient. And our sort of ultimate objective is delivering transformative change, delivering what we call systemic impact. And what do we mean by that? It's easiest to kind of explain in terms of an example. So we can work in a country, we can invest in a renewables project that will clearly have benefits in terms of reducing CO2 emissions, greening the economy. But really what we want to do is we want to combine investments with policy work. We want to work in a country, invest in a renewable project, work with the government in terms of their energy regulatory framework, and essentially create markets, create the environment where the private sector can invest and the country can be put on a different path in terms of its development. That's the kind of sector in terms of renewable energy. We do similar things in terms of investing in fantastic private sector companies, in terms of improving competition, working in terms of improving economic governance, etc., etc. And the link to the SDGs. So we have this kind of very specific transition impact focus. But I guess you could say that our ultimate aim is helping countries to achieve the SDGs. and we report in terms of how our projects align with the SDGs. We have a kind of methodology for doing that. We work with other MDBs in terms of defining methodologies for how we can report against the SDGs. Your question was a sort of about money, and you said earlier that it's all about the money. Yes, money is incredibly important, and we all know that there are kind of enormous financing gaps in terms of meeting the climate emergency, in terms of meeting the SDGs. It's not just about money, though. It's about also kind of creating the conditions. So no amount of MDB money, public money, I think can fill the necessary financing gap. It's about creating the conditions where the private sector and private sector investments can come in. So it's about that kind of holistic approach of how we can use limited public resources to mobilize a much broader range of money. And just a final.
I want to come back to your final point, because I know there's one point that I want to ask you about, and that will give you an opportunity. But cognizant of the fact that you said you are constrained, you are at the end of the day a reconstruction bank. The environment tells you what to do. Policymakers tell you what to do. So I want to ask, Irene, you look at overall the money, the EU budget. It was mentioned, the direction that it will potentially take in 2027. As you have been re-elected, congratulations. We did not see that with our first panel, where unfortunately our guest was not re-elected. When you have supervised and looked at the money flow and the commitments and the pressure that we put on different departments at the Commission to come up with policies that work, we put pressure on the civil society to be partners. Money, at the end of the day, the taxpayer money is sitting with you in terms of allocation. Do you think it was allocated well in the past 5 years? And do you think that you used, as elected officials, that money smartly?
Okay, so thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So the Econ Committee does not supervise the budget and that kind of money, but what we did in the past legislature is to negotiate and then monitor the Recovery and Resilience Facility, for example, together with the Budget Committee, which was an extraordinary effort in trying to meet the expectations and the challenges that the European Union has faced in these 5 years, which I believe we will keep facing, because even if COVID is not here anymore, thanks God, but many of the challenges that we included in the Recovery and Resilience Facility as priorities will remain, including greater well-being, transition, green, social, etc., etc. We also negotiated programs where we used public money as a guarantee to support private investment through programs like InvestEU, with partnership with the European Investment Bank, for example, or national promotional banks. So what we have tried to do, it is indeed, well, it is in the end still taxpayer money, because it's public money in one way or the other. In even the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, yes, it is a common debt, but this common debt will have to be repaid. So it's, when I go back home, you know, when many people say we need more common debt at the European level because the national budget cannot afford any more national debt, I said I tend to agree with that, because we do have common priorities that could be better addressed with a common debt. But just as a reminder, it's not that the common European debt does not have been repaid in contrast to the national debt. So we need to think about that. And
do we need to rethink the way sorry to interrupt, but considering the elections, I think it's a very valid question. Do we need to rethink the way the European Parliament even thinks about the way that it's structured? Because we talked about the UN looking at itself and doing a rethink and a rejig, and that will take forever. but you're telling me that it all has to be repaid, common debt, but at the end of the day, national politics has somehow reflected itself in European elections this year. That's been surprising. Usually doesn't.
But what I'm saying is that we should be very, very honest with ourselves and to honest about what we want the European Union to do and how we equip the European Union to do it. Because one thing that I noticed during the electoral campaign, and this was a very interesting one compared to some campaigns of the past, where we did see more political families and parties saying, we want to exit the union, or we don't want the euro, or we don't want. So now we don't have that, and in contrast, we have everyone asking Europe should do this. Europe doesn't have a single voice. Europe doesn't have enough security, doesn't have defense, doesn't have an industrial policy, doesn't have. But then you have groups that says, okay, so if we want Europe to do all these things, we need to rethink the architecture, because right now it doesn't have the tools nor economic resources to do it, because let's face it, we don't have the resources to do it, nor even the juridical, from the treaties, we don't have all the powers to do these kinds of things. And groups that say, no, we don't want Europe to be too invasive, we don't want Europe to do too much, we don't want Europe to have a common debt, we don't want to. So I think that it's a fair opinion. I mean, I think that Europe should do more, but should, of course, be equipped with more tools. And, of course, we have to rethink everything in terms of, treaties, resources, how we allocate the resources, probably these, even how we frame the agricultural policy, the structural funds, the cohesion funds, vis-a-vis how we did the recovery and resilience facility, because we are putting pieces and pieces to address different challenges, but then we miss the overall picture of what kind of union and economic governance we want.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. So we keep working by emergency, and we run away from the bigger reflection on what coherent architecture we really want to have to make sure that all these things can be addressed in an holistic way. I really appreciated the presentation. It's an holistic challenge, but we are not acting holistically.
No, we're not. And I think, Martin, you might be able to shed some light on this, because at the end of the day, election cycles determine what happens at the council. It determines what happens at the parliament, to an extent at the Parlement as well. Give us a viewpoint on the last couple of years of how the integration of the SDGs has worked with the way ECFIN has worked, and where were some of your hiccups and roadblocks, and what can we change, because you folks aren't going anywhere. Maybe the bosses will change, but at the end of the day, let's put it this way: the civil service ain't going nowhere. Oh, let's hope.
Let's see. Okay. No, thank you very much. Well, just a few observations to start. First of all, to agree that indeed there is still a gap. I mean, this is undeniable, and that needs to be bridged in one way or another. The second point, though, is if I look back over the past 5 years, I think actually the Commission and the European Union as a whole has been actually quite active in trying to arrive at a more holistic approach. And I think, to be honest, I think that started already before this Commission, with initial discussions on indeed beyond GDP. Just to the notion that GDP is important, but you need to complement it with another with more indicators to get a richer picture of what's of societal well-being. So you will. During this mandate, we have integrated the SDGs more explicitly in the semester, and you see that in two ways. So it's about keeping track of progress in the different member states on how they score against these SDGs, but you can also see it very much in the type of recommendations. If you were to do, I think, an evaluation of how country-specific recommendations have evolved over the years in the semester, you can see a much more broader approach, a much more holistic approach these days, I think, than before. And then lastly, and this was mentioned by others already, I think also in a number of flagship instruments. So the RRF was mentioned, the InvestEU was mentioned. The explicit attention has been paid to a number of areas which are of great relevance to the SDGs. And that applies also more generally for the Green Deal and everything that came with it.
But do you think it'll continue, considering the pushback and the noises and the lack of the phraseology in the incoming folks? It's worrying a lot of people across the continent, including corporates in the private sector.
Yeah. Now, look, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can also speak maybe give an economic perspective, and it's picking up on one of the points that Mark made. I think if we want to arrive at climate neutrality or improve society as a whole, it's not just about the public money. It's also about the framework conditions around it. Now, from my perspective, the worst thing that could happen, also for business, also for investment, is that we start to put in doubt the longer path that we have laid out. And once we start to tinker with that, the overall objective, I mean, there can be fine tuning here and there. I mean, but the overall, once you start putting in doubt the overall direction, I'm afraid that businesses will respond by holding back investment just to wait what is going to happen. And on top of that, it is very important to realize that some business models are really just not sustainable in the long run. And the longer you wait with facing up to that reality, and the longer businesses continue to invest in business models of which we already know that they will disappear in the future, the bigger or the larger the sunken cost or the lost assets will be. So I think also in the interest, not only in the interest of society, but also in the interest of business, I think it's very, very important to create a stable framework that is clear for everybody and will not change every one or two years.
I think that clarity and that introspection is going to be critical as you folks come on back into the big halls down the road. So, Delphine, I think you wear two amazingly interesting hats. And I think I want to get your perspective on all you've heard and how that translates both with your philanthropy hat and raising money there, which is becoming not just difficult, but also about, question marks about where that money needs to be deployed. And your second hat of the development agency and the realities on the ground that you face when you're trying to put in place, gateway projects, for example. If you can give me an idea with those two hats on all you've heard.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. It's a real pleasure. So I probably come in with a bit of a different perspective than the previous speakers, indeed. And I want to start maybe with the Enable or Annabelle side of the conversation, to echo also a lot of what has been said in the previous panel. So Annabelle, for those who don't know us, we are the Development Cooperation Agency of the Belgian government, active for 75% of our work in fragile and conflict-affected states, so working in very difficult contexts, but at all times really working with a partnership approach, an approach that fosters cooperation, co-creation, creativity, entrepreneurships, and really tries to be very close to the partners on the ground. And what we've been seeing, and it's been echoed in the previous panels, is that really the context has changed. Our partners, primarily in Africa, don't see the West anymore as the savior and the model to go to. There has been an increase, as we know, in intra-African investments and trade. There has been an increase in collaboration between Africa, China, India, Russia, who come in and invest differently in Africa than Europe does. And politically, the mindset has also shifted in Africa, where the European model of a liberal democracy is being questioned more and more. A way of portraying that is that the concept of weird is being used, and that's not a positive thing. It's Western European, industrialized, rich and democratic countries that are not seen as the most reliable partner. And to quote something that I overheard from a conversation from African partners saying that China makes them an offer they can't refuse, and Europe makes them an offer they can't understand. So that's a reality that we're facing, and that requires us to rethink our vertical models, north-south, of collaboration, and really move towards that partnership that really respects the dignity of those who are sitting around the table and recognizes that this needs to be a mutually beneficial relationship, and that allows those whom we're working with to really be part of the conversation. I think it also requires us, from a European perspective, to rethink the narrative that we have on ODA, making sure that we also, in the light of the election, understand how we talk about ODA and why this matters, and then indeed implement different approaches. And then kind of complementing that with the hat that I bring from the philanthropy sector, maybe to say a few words about what that sector represents in Europe, because I haven't heard a lot about that in the previous conversations. So there are, according to our latest research, 186,000 philanthropic foundations in Europe, who together hold assets of around 650 billion euro and annually deploy about 55 billion euro in charitable giving. So that's what the philanthropic sector in Europe represents. So obviously very modest compared to what governments can do, but it's a kind of deployment of funds that comes with an ability to think longer term, to take risks, to innovate, to invest with patience, because you don't have to go back either to the shareholders nor to the electorate, and hence you can have a different approach to allowing yourselves to fail forward, for instance, and taking different approaches. Over the past years, and also accelerated with the pandemic, we've seen the philanthropic sector really evolve, seek more collaborations, seek more partnerships, but also continuing, and that's to your point earlier on what needs to change from the philanthropic perspective, facing obstacles in terms of its ability to really unleash its full potential. There is a single market in the European Union. There is no single market for philanthropy. There is no single market for doing good in the EU. There are still a lot of cross-border barriers if a civil society organization or a philanthropic organization wants to merge from one country to another, wants to donate internationally. We're seeing quite worrying foreign funding restrictions come on. Also, for instance, recently in Georgia and Slovakia, that is being tabled, and it exists also in other countries, in Hungary. And this actually makes it really difficult for the philanthropic sector to contribute fully to what it wants to contribute to creating resilient, just societies that center people and planets. So I think there's work to do on that perspective as well.
That's a lot of work, and it comes back into policy making and in terms of partnerships. So if I can ask you, Mark, is there a way that we can get philanthropy? It's not the first time I've heard this, by the way. I hear this quite regularly. Is there a way for us to, while we're waiting for the dust to settle and find some direction, is there a way to get the philanthropic side of Europe some reassurance, partnerships with you guys, or is that just too far-fetched and we need to get Martin involved?
No, I think there's great opportunity for partnership with philanthropy, and I think there's a broader point about the importance of partnership, and you know, if we're talking about countries, goes back a little bit to the presentation we had at the beginning, but if we're talking about countries making progress with the climate transition, progress towards the SDGs, it needs a comprehensive plan. It is about money, but it's also about having a plan, having the ambition, having the policy, and all the different kind of partners working together.
But I'm going to go back to Delphine's point, because she's talking about the fact that at some point we can't even do cross-border donations at this point in Europe because we haven't done our capital markets union properly. So at some point, we just have to kind of figure out, is there a way for the Commission, EBRD, the EIB, whatever European institution that wants to get involved, wants to focus on the 17 goals in whatever fashion, how do they make the life of people who want to contribute easier rather than more red tape?
Well, I mean, our door at the EBRD is always open to kind of partnership, and you know, we have a very successful model. We've worked with very, you know, traditional donors. We're a great beneficiary of, you know, InvestEU, EFSD Plus, and we're keen to develop our links with philanthropy even more. And you know, I think that's probably a challenge for both sides, but we need to have a conversation about how best to do that and understand in a bit more detail what the constraints are.
If I can, I think there's been a great momentum over the past couple of years at the European level, and the Commission has done some fantastic work, first in recognizing the barriers and the obstacles, and also in making some commitments, and you know, they've been echoed at the Council as well, around social economy and philanthropy to great degrees. Also part of social economy, there's a proposal tabled on the European Cross-Border Association statutes. So that is great progress. I think we need to build on that momentum to facilitate philanthropy, to empower the sector, to make sure that there is real dialogue and real partnership. And there is a potential, I think, to then involve the philanthropic sector as a stakeholder that has a different kind of quality of engagement and that brings both financial and non-financial resources to the table, to be a real partner and to engage with other stakeholders.
Engage is good, really?
Yeah, no, I'm trying, if I can chip in a little bit. We've tried to do a lot in the past legislature in trying to create a framework that could be conducive or make things easier, also to crowd in private capital, private investments, for example, in trying to provide standards. Now, sometimes people make fun of the European Union. They say we regulate too much, or we, you know, but sometimes it's important to have a framework that gives some clarity, some standards. So when we, at the beginning of the past legislature, when we did the environmental taxonomy, that was also meant to facilitate that kind of private investments, to create an environment, the green bond standards, for example, European green bond standards. So all these kinds of things. But then, of course, if we don't manage to make significant progress in building a real capital markets union, if every member state still holds on to their own national authorities, they don't want to give any power to the European authorities, and we remain fragmented, and makes it really difficult to do cross-border investments, M&As, and stuff like that. All these standards are, yes, it's nice, but they are not capable alone to really unlock all the potential that we could unlock, considering also the huge amount of savings and desire for, we do have a lot of organizations and people and savers and companies that would like to invest, but we are not providing them all the conditions. And this is because in the end, as I was saying almost at the beginning, in the end, to make this step, we need a proof of faith in what the European Union can do, providing the European Union with some European tools and powers to be able to harmonize a little bit more the legislation, to be able to exert. And we've tried, and the Commission in the past 5 years has tried many proposals, and you know, Martin and I, we've done tons of negotiations together. And I have to be very honest, sometimes it's very frustrating because we hear many leaders paying a lot of lip service to Capital Markets Union, to blah, 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 European Union integration, etc. But then when we come to the negotiating table and we do have very relevant Commission proposals, and we even have majority in the Parliament that could be able to push it forward, then we don't find the consensus in the Council. So this has been, I have to share with you this frustration that you know, it's a pity. We missed a lot of opportunities that could have really helped in finding all ourselves in a very different position with very different tools to address the challenges that we are talking today.
And I'm glad you bring that up, because we have to look forward at some point, because it's a volatile world out there now, and that's our reality, as we were told in our second session. It's our reality. So Martin, it's frustrating. You've gone through the pain. We've got more volatility heading our way, where probably anything that is green is going to be challenged more than it was in the past 5 years. Anything that is SDG or global related is going to have a little bit more pushback. Let's just be honest. Investors, on the other hand, have already jumped in, well, a lot of them in Europe, who are going to be quite wary about, wait, I've already parked my money, I already have a business plan, I already am well into investing in renewable energy, for example. What do we do to make sure those national budgets, those national interests start aligning with the European goal without giving space to a lot of noisy people who want to say all of this was bad and we need to reverse it and go back in time? What do we need to do in terms of policy to align it with national budgets? How do we make it appealing and get them the money?
Okay, these are not very easy questions.
I gave him a 1-hour lecture and I gave him 1 minute to answer it.
Right. No, just a few observations. First of all, if you look at the nature of the SDGs, that it's a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. So I would say I would not conclude automatically that it will be more difficult on all SDGs, but some will be more difficult to push than others.
Like which ones?
Well, for example, I think on there has been a pushback indeed on the more the nature side, the environmental side of things. At the same time, I think you will have a push also from more populist parties to spend more on healthcare. I mean, so it's not. I don't think you can say one-on-one. There will be less or more for SDGs. It depends very much on the SDGs. I think that is the now a concern that I have, and this has to do in particular with the political fragmentation that you see in many countries, quite apart from who comes on top or not, is that it makes it more difficult to make sharp choices, and so you need you can take different directions political, but if the landscape is too fragmented, it's very difficult to make clear choices, and given the challenges that we're facing today, that is exactly what we need. So we need to have clear priorities, and we cannot waste. We cannot waste too much money on keeping the political process oiled and greased. That is more difficult. Now, how to deal with it? What I think with the new and the revised economic governance framework that we have just put in place, I think that gives us a framework. So it gives incentives to incentivize the programs of governments with European priorities. Because to give an example, it is possible to take a bit more time to address your fiscal issues if you come forward, or if a member state would come forward with investments and reforms that can underpin this extension, but which also align with the EU priorities. So that is one thing. And the other thing, and that's for the next budget, we need to really see how we can, even in a more smarter way, align our budget expenditures, how we can build incentives through the EU budget to align also the national expenditures with the EU priorities, because we will not be able, I mean, there is a clear limit to the EU budget. So national budgets will have to play a big role, but through the EU budget you can try to incentivize, try to align incentives between the national and the EU level.
And I think it'll be interesting to dive into what those incentives can be. So before we do that, can I invite Professor Condori to come join us on stage in our usual open? Finish your thought, Martin. So incentives, I think, will be really interesting to see how they can play out, because if you can incentivize a national government, that would be an interesting one to watch. I'd like to open this up to the floor for questions and comments. Who would like to go first? You all were talking about the money. Where are the questions about the money? Right, I have a quick follow-up. At some point, if we're going to incentivize, and that's a great, you know, it's a good idea to kind of say, oh, hello, finite amount of money, how can we incentivize you? The question then comes back down to approach and a conversation about approach. And I want to come back to a point you started with, Mark, which was we look at it differently as a development bank. Is that a problem, that you have a very different way of approaching versus the European Commission, the European Parliament? You have transition kind of targets. Is that in itself confusing for people who are looking at the SDGs versus any other criteria of investment?
No, I don't think it is necessarily a problem, and I think our transition approach, I think it has a lot of value. I mean, I think you could potentially argue that history of the EBRD created in the 1990s, that was a kind of different world, different time, different geopolitical context. But I think our focus on systemic or transformative change is the right one, and that's the best way to use kind of public money effectively. We also, though, have to be able to talk in the language of the SDGs in order to kind of communicate properly. And just to go to the previous question you put to Martin, I think we do have a communication challenge, and we're the EBRD, presumably, I think, are probably as guilty as this of everybody else. But all of us as institutions, we talk our acronyms, our ESG, SDGs, inclusive, etc., etc. Whereas we need to do a better job of communicating to the outside world. And fundamentally, when we're talking about the SDGs, we're talking about people trying to make people's lives better, make the planet better. And if maybe it's easy for politicians to say that this focus on ESG or the SDGs is a cost, it's a burden, it's holding economic growth back. Actually, it's about improving people's lives. If we talk in terms of clean green energy for people, affordable energy, that's a much kind of clearer message to give to a population.
Phoebe?
I think an important point that has to come out and clear is the fact that if you look at the business world and the financial world, and you really dive in the value chain of the businesses, you can find transformative changes that not only reduce their cost, they do not only increase their market shares, they are excellent profit-making opportunities. So what has to be realized here is that this transformation towards the SDGs, and the ESGs are included in the SDGs. For example, the Corporate Sustainability Directive of Europe is requesting from the businesses is actually SDG compatible. What needs to be identified and made explicit and understood by the business world and the financial world is that this transformation includes an array of very good profit-making opportunities that can be situated in Europe, but also across the world. And this is where we need to, as scientists and as interdisciplinary multidisciplinary machinery, let's say, of building tools to allow the businesses to identify these opportunities. And very quickly, just one moment, very quickly, I want to say this parallel, just to make the case clear. You don't need to know how to make the plane in order to get on the plane and move. You don't need to know all the complicated science behind the transition pathways. What the science needs to give the other stakeholders are the tools that they can use in order to understand the opportunities. And this is what we need to give, the scientists need to give to the other stakeholder, and this is what the other stakeholders need to be upskilled in using in order to make this transition not a top-down approach, not only through regulation, but truly an incentive-driven transformation.
I've heard incentive twice now in the last 5 minutes. I think we're pretty much all on the same page, it seems. Enrico, you had a question.
Yeah, I fully agree with the idea that the new fiscal framework is a great opportunity, especially as amended by the Parliament and the final text, which makes reference to even social investments and so on. So I know that DG ECFIN or the Commission is going to send to member countries now the rules to prepare their medium-term plans in the next few days. What I would like to see, but I'm not sure that this will be the case, that the proposal coming from the member country should then be evaluated against the impact on SDGs. Because otherwise, if we continue just to focus on GDP, which is important in this context, and deficit and so on, we do not capture the innovative approach that you were mentioning. Is this going to be the case, or there is a recommendation that the medium-term fiscal programs of member countries should try to evaluate the impact on different SDGs beyond, of course, the fiscal indicators? Thank you.
Okay. Well, the short answer is, and it's a bit of a bureaucratic answer, but it's the truth, is that the plans will be evaluated against the criteria that have been put in the legislation. Now, they are not one-on-one, that these are not the SDG criteria. Having said that, I think where the new rules don't say, well, you have to do implement the SDGs. That's not what it says. At the same time, the new framework does give more space compared to the old framework to at least it gives more emphasis on investment very much. And I think this is where, and also from the idea that in order to reach some of these SDGs and the green transition is a clear example of that, that this will require massive investment. And if we were to say, look, you need to, no matter what, you need to bring back your deficit in 1 or 2 years, which was the old rules. Now, then it's very clear these investments will not happen. So what we're trying to do is to find a better balance between, on the one hand, still the need to ensure debt sustainability, because that is a sine qua non for economic stability and progress, but at the same time giving more space for investments, which allows also for more investment in those areas that are highly relevant for the SDGs.
René, do you think from the fact that you're going back into Parliament and considering your experience already, is there something that can be done from the Parliament to kind of push for that kind of feedback loop from nation states, from the member states? Can you as MEPs go back into your national governments and talk to them about why that should be a focus? And if they're not worried about the rise of the far right, maybe that is one way of countering it, because we don't seem to talk a lot about the fact that, as Mark pointed out, everything in the SDGs at this point is about making people's lives better. And if you have far right organizations using the SDGs as an example of spendthriftness of Brussels, isn't that a great argument, saying we're spending to make your lives better?
But this is betting on a future that is not known against the present that is known. Let me explain. So actually, the
Isn't
far
that
right,
what politicians are supposed to do?
yeah, but many politicians have done exactly this. So what the far right has done, and not only the far right, an intense campaign against the Green Deal, saying, because I did the campaign, so I heard in many, this is going to destroy the well-being, the competitiveness, the jobs. So they campaign against everything that we did, that we thought we were doing for the well-being of people, improving the climate, the emissions, the quality of air, the quality of the environment, even for competitiveness. Because what I tried to explain, and I completely agree with what Martin said earlier, is that, look, what we are seeing, for example, in the automotive industry, it's not going to go away if we simply, trash the Fit for 55 package. We can trash it, yes. We can say we don't want the electric vehicle anymore. We want to stick to our diesel cars. Yes, we love it. But still, this will not improve our competitiveness. Within a couple of years, we will be invaded by Chinese electric vehicle, because China invested in these technologies decades ago. They've managed to push down the cost curve, the production cost. So now they are producing electric vehicles that are low, that cost less than our traditional cars, that consume less. And so, I mean, what's the point? So, but their argument was very appealing for the real people. Real people says, my job is at risk today for something that you promise climate neutrality in 20, 30 years. So this is the point. So it is very difficult to counter this kind of narrative, because, working on the fear of the present sometimes is more effective than leveraging the hope in somewhat far future. And this is the real problem that we had to deal with in this campaign.
And it's a problem that I think you're going to have through the next couple of years as well. So I want to close up this session, because we can't solve for the entire elections. We congratulate you once again for making it back into Parliament to fight the good fight. At some point, I would love to close this session up with, again, hope. We've been trying to do this through the day. Can you leave us with the focus? Where should the focus be? One or two sentences, one or 2 points, and where the focus should be for your organizations and for folks in this room in the next 6 years. Well, let's start with 1 year and then let's go to 6 years. If I can kick it off with you, Delphine.
Thank you. I love the fact that you've used hope consistently throughout the day. I think hope-based communication can be so much stronger than fear if we do it well. If we do it in a way that starts from communication in the sense of listening before we talk, if we do it in a way that brings in the people that we're trying to support in whatever way we can on the SDG journey to decide on their own faith, with dignity and with respect, I think we can do a lot that hasn't been done yet. And I think there is potential in that. I think we are learning. We've heard that also from the previous panel. We are learning, and we need to move on that trajectory. So what I'm hoping is that partnership will be at front and center of everything. Partnership that is looking at others as an equal partner, someone and counterparts that we will build on, that we will give agency, that we will empower, and that we will respect in their own ability to decide on their faith and to accompany them along the way. I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that.
Thank you. Martin? Mark, do you want to go next? Yeah, that's fine.
So I mean, I said earlier that there's a communication challenge. I also think we need to tell some some positive stories, and I think you can kind of have this conversation about the SDGs and all the gaps and the kind of overwhelming challenges. I think we need to focus on some positive stories. And just to give you an example, in a number of countries where we operate, despite the challenges in the last few years in terms of the energy crisis, in fact, because of the crisis, you're seeing countries really embrace renewable energy in a way that they didn't before, because it's cleaner, cheaper energy. It just makes economic sense. It makes sense from every perspective. Yes, there are challenges in terms of just transition people's jobs, but there are some examples of very transformative change that is happening in the world, and we need to tell some good stories as well as acknowledging the big challenges that we face ahead.
Those good stories are critical. I have to agree with you, Mark.
Yeah, well, let me start with a wish. I would seriously wish that we have a slightly fewer crises than we have had over the past.
Okay, used to it. It's going to get worse.
The past 5 years, and then looking at the economics domain, if that were to happen, then I think we would have also more time to ensure, indeed, consistency in policies. So I would wish that we can stay the course on a number of the important trajectories that we have put in motion, and that we can indeed continue to build on making policies even more coherent. I think that will be very important, because the fiscal space that we have at the level of the Union, at the level of member states, is limited. So, and the only way to deal with it is to make sure that we conduct very consistent and very coherent policies going forward.
Irene, before I go to Professor Koundouri, can I ask you where the focus of the Parliament should be, very specifically in terms of the overall EU budget, to counter the story of the far right?
Well, I think that with this budget will not be that easy to counter or to accompany the transition, because it's the same budget that we are trying to stretch to cover too many priorities. So what I hope that we can have in this legislature, especially in this first year, an honest conversation, and not just a conversation, about what kind of European instruments we want to have to support this kind of investments. Of course, there have to be rules and conditionalities or whatever, clear priorities, because we cannot have 20 priorities. I mean, it's obviously, but I think we need an honest conversation about that. We need to have trust and faith in the ability of the European Union to spend it well and be less skeptical, because we proved that when we work united, we can achieve amazing results. And I think we forgot way too quickly what kind of amazing results we achieved after in addressing the COVID crisis, the inflation crisis, the energy crisis, and what I always try to remind also my electorate, and I said, the reason why people don't appreciate how fast and quickly and effectively we went out of this crisis. The Great Recession of 2008, 9, and then the sovereign debt crisis in 12, it took us 7-8 years to come out of it. Why? Because we didn't have real European instrument. We waited too long. We didn't have the toolkit. This time, in less than 2 years, all the member states were to pre-COVID crisis level in terms of growth in GDP. Why? Because this time we responded united. We put in place European instrument, and the European Union responded, and the communities responded, and the economy rebounded very quickly. And we did the same with the energy crisis, even though it was extremely complex. So I think we have the proof that then we act united, in a united way, we can really address crisis and come out stronger and quicker. So I think that we need an honest conversation on how we want to face these new challenges ahead. And I hope we can find this common sense and find good tools and instruments to accompany this transition.
Find your allies, tell a good story. You have many. Final word to you, Professor Koundouri.
I think we need to be explicit, that we understand that there is no other way other than finding a sustainable interaction between the economy, the society, and nature. if we don't find this pathway, is distraction. If we understand that, then the good news is that science has the solutions. Technological advancement is incredible. It gives many options for implementation. And finance can be found. There is enough money if you have clever blended finance schemes. So what we need is to acknowledge the fact that the transition is a one-way and there are no other choices, and the transformation that needs to be done is very science hectic and data hectic. So we need to trust the science, embrace the solutions that science and technology develop, finance these solutions, and importantly, finance capacity building so that these scientific solutions are adopted by the labor force in all sectors, in all economies. And of course, Europe always needs to acknowledge the fact that in order to have a leadership position, needs to care and at the same time cleverly investigate the opportunities in the global south.
Thank you so much, Phoebe, Professor Koundouri. Thank you all. Give them a round of applause. They have been very, very honest, as have been other panels. If I can guide you off stage as we have our closing speakers, thank you all for your time. And we could have had another 3-hour discussion on how AI is going to change every single goal and every single financial instrument out there. But we don't, because we are at the close of our sessions. As we come to the end of the program, I'd like to invite Virginius Sinkevičius. I'm sorry, I massacred that name, but you're allowed to massacre mine. It's even longer. The European Commissioner for the Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, for his views to close off a wonderful, solution-seeking and hopeful day.
Very much. First of all, of course, my thanks to the Belgian presidency for bringing us together here. And I know that you had the whole day of fruitful discussion. Even the last panel had some really interesting thought. And I think, you know, most importantly, it feels important because it does feel like a key moment in the European democracy. We now have the European Parliament elections behind us, and what comes next will be extremely important. The last mandate laid some very solid foundations, and now we need to continue building on them. And this is the moment to construct a future of greater sustainability, a future that's simply in line with the SDGs. So what are these foundations that we have laid in the previous mandate? And I'm talking, of course, about the European Green Deal. As I see it, as the biggest achievement that it brought, and most importantly, changed the thinking. The thinking has become much more holistic. It got us thinking about systems, not about little changes, but about the wholesale change in our approach. It showed that there is a path to sustainability, a different path that Europe can take. But it is a difficult path because, first of all, it's a path of change. And the change it brings is an unprecedented effort to address climate change and environmental degradation at the same time. A recognition of the importance of those actions for preserving the economic resilience that underpins prosperity, and not just here in EU, but all around the globe. So what does that mean in practice? Well, what we delivered is a transformative legislative framework with the potential to underpin the systemic transitions that we need for the energy transition to carbon neutrality, for the economic transitions towards circularity, and the more efficient use of resources, and for protecting and preserving healthy ecosystems that we all depend on. To take one example, all EU member states now have laws in place obliging them to cut their emissions and to become climate neutral by the middle of the century. So the direction of travel isn't just agreed, more importantly, it's legally binding. And it's starting to show the results. We already have evidence to show how the Green Deal brought important progress on the ground, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving air quality, and mobilizing financing for the green transition. And this moment is important, of course, because of the new mandate. So sort of a fresh beginning. And we hear a lot of talk about possible fate of the European Green Deal. I don't have a crystal ball, but I am convinced that it's going to survive, although with a different focus. After the flurry of recent activity, it's illogical to expect a smaller number of new legislative proposals. In the course of the next 5 years, there is a huge amount of work to do so as regards the implementation. We need to start implementing the laws that were agreed and closing what policymakers call the implementation gap. The difference between what's agreed and what actually happens on the ground. And that will take efforts on many sides, including the Commission and member states who will need to ensure strong mechanisms to deliver. Then we need to finance it. The things we have agreed, and I always say that if there is no budget line, then you are probably not serious about your goals. One task of the Commission and, of course, of the new Parliament is designing the next multi-annual financial framework, the MFF, and the design of that framework and the extent to which it stands by the EU taxonomy and the principle of do no significant harm with the EU funds will be extremely important test. These things really matter for investment decisions and for investors who, first of all, need predictability, reliability, and stability. We also need to keep using economic incentives like the emissions trading system to ensure that polluters pay and that market leaders change their track, moving away from pollution and towards innovation. And looking back at the last 15 years, it's crystal clear that the emissions trading system has delivered. It has been a major driver of innovation. So, of course, you cannot ignore what happened in the European Parliament election, and there will be forces that try to reverse the deal. We know that, and it's not going to be a surprise. And on our side, we have many supporters. We have a growing global realization of the need for a change, a movement of historic importance, and a constantly increasing recognition of the need for a different economic model, more circular, much more in line with the SDGs. Ultimately, it's not a theoretical debate anymore, because in the end, there is only one thing which matters. We need our use of resources to make sure that they are compatible with the boundaries of this planet. Today, that's not the case. And more people are coming to that conclusion, and that realization is the primary requirement for a first step for a change. There is also Enrico Sletta's excellent report. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend you, on the future of the single market, which is one of the biggest strengths of the EU, which he stresses very clearly the need to move towards a model based around the circular economy. And the reports from the European Central Bank, they also clearly point in this direction, showing how nearly 3/4 of all the companies in the Eurozone are highly dependent on at least one ecosystem service. So make no mistake, the circular economy is coming. We see it more and more at the heart of political priorities for the single market, for the 2040 climate target, for water resilience, and most importantly, in this geopolitically difficult times, for our strategic autonomy. In the Green Deal, we laid the foundation for this new economic model, and I'm very optimistic that it's going to survive a new political context as well. As you've been talking today the whole day about SDGs, I want to close by bringing this back to another crucial element in sustainability, the social dimension. Many thanks to the Belgian presidency for keeping it at the heart of the agenda. I want to come back to this because it would be a catastrophic mistake to overlook the costs of the transition. The transition is essential. It will be beneficial, but it will also be an upheaval. And if we ignore that simple fact, we will end up delaying the transition and suffering more as a result. So already today, the poorer sections of society face greater environmental risk, especially from the pollution. So this perpetrates social inequalities, and it's a long-term recipe for disaster. Lower income houses are already paying a proportionally higher share of this cost, even though their environmental footprints are much lower. So we have to turn this around. More use of the polluter pays principle will be part of the solution. And as we look to the future, the impact on jobs will be harder for some people than others. We have to address this mismatch of skills that we require, and we have to provide a safety net for the people who feel like victims. There is also an international dimension here as well. High-income countries use 6 times more materials per capita and are responsible for 10 times more climate impacts per capita than low-income countries. The loss and damage fund set up in the COP27 is a milestone in recognizing those global inequalities in this context, and it needs to be the beginning of a much broader approach. One more thought on Europe to close. Last week we held our elections. The center held, but in many parts of Europe the anger was plain to see. So there was more polarization in the society than ever before. And that polarization is fueled by, first of all, inequality, by a lack of trust in representative democracy, and above all, by fears about the loss of jobs, of businesses, of lifestyles, and of course, fear-mongering from some politicians doesn't help too. So we therefore have to respond. We have to ensure that the next stage of Europe's transition is more fair and perceived to be more fair, and we need adequate social protections across the board. Because without that change, we will be powerless to diffuse polarization and increasingly unable to protect democracy that we truly love. So let's fight for those protections and deliver the future that our citizens deserve and that they need. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate your closing words. I think we all needed to hear that because the conversations will continue. Many of us have been doing this before the phraseology of the SDGs even came about. It's been called many, many things, but at the end of the day, it's all about making people's lives better across the world and talking to them as partners. So I hope you'll continue the conversation, that you will introspect, that you will think about new ways that you can talk to people, maybe new ways that you can listen to people and influence in your own organizations, and going out and telling the good stories that you have, and don't hide them in your back pocket, because those good stories make a huge difference in the psyche of people who might be wondering if it's worth it at all. So I'm going to leave you tonight to head outside, join us and our hosts who have kindly put together a closing reception. And I look forward to speaking to you all this evening. And thank you for coming. I really appreciate your work. You make the world a better place.